Welcome to the Conspiracy Theory Iceberg, a series that takes you deep into a world where the line between fact and fiction blurs, and the truth is often stranger than fiction. Whether you're a skeptic or a believer, prepare to question everything you thought you knew. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe and share this video with your various co-conspirators. If you had to guess when the first book was written about Lee Harvey Oswald, I would hazard to guess that the vast majority of you would say that it would be after November 22nd, 1963. The Idle Warriors, a novel by Carrie Wendell Thornley, occupies a unique place in American literary history. It's the only book written about Lee Harvey Oswald before he became infamous as the assassin of President John F. Kennedy. Only published in 1991, though completed much earlier in 1962, this work offers an intimate glimpse into the life and psyche of Oswald during his time as a U.S. Marine. Carrie Thornley, a fellow Marine who served alongside Oswald at the Marine Corps Air Station, El Toro in California, was deeply intrigued by Oswald's complex personality. Oswald, who would later be accused of playing the key role in the slaying of President Kennedy, was already displaying signs of disillusionment and defiance during his military service. Thornley, who went on to co-found the Discordian Society, was known for his philosophical inclinations and his interest in the contradictions of human behavior. This drew Thornley to Oswald and made him a compelling subject for his literary work. According to Thornley, his decision to write The Idle Warriors was not driven by any premonition of Oswald's future notoriety, but by a genuine interest in his character. The novel portrays Johnny Shelburne, a thinly veiled representation of Oswald, as a disillusioned Marine who grapples with his role in the military and society at large. This disillusionment leads to Shelburne's eventual defection to the Soviet Union, mirroring Oswald's real-life actions in 1959 when he left the Marines and sought asylum in the USSR. The novel explores the internal conflicts of its protagonist, who, like Oswald, is caught between conflicting ideologies and personal ambitions. Thornley's portrayal of Shelburne highlights the protagonist's growing dissatisfaction with the military and his increasing attraction to communist ideologies. Thornley's narrative delves into the psyche of a man who feels out of place in his own country, a sentiment that Oswald reportedly shared. This sense of alienation is compounded by a growing disenchantment with the military, which Oswald saw as an oppressive institution rather than a noble defender of freedom. These feelings are critical to understanding why Oswald might have been susceptible to defecting to the Soviet Union. Thornley's portrayal of Oswald through Shelburne is complex and nuanced, avoiding the simplistic villainization that often accompanies discussions of Oswald. Instead, Thornley presents him as a troubled young man, struggling with profound ideological conflicts and personal insecurities. The novel is a critical piece of historical evidence that was even presented to the Warren Commission, the body established to investigate President Kennedy's assassination. Virtually needless to say, The Idle Warriors has attracted substantial attention from conspiracy theorists over the years. One conspiracy theory surrounding The Idle Warriors suggests that the novel was part of a broader intelligence operation designed to frame Lee Harvey Oswald long before the act. Proponents of this theory argue that Carrie Thornley, the author of the book and a fellow Marine who served with Oswald, was unwittingly or deliberately used by the CIA or another agency. In this role, he would help create a narrative that would later justify Oswald's role as the lone gunman. The theory posits that Thornley's early interest in Oswald and his decision to write about him was not merely a coincidence, but was influenced by his interactions with intelligence operatives. Thornley's subsequent involvement in the Discordian Society, a countercultural movement known for its parody and anarchic philosophy, is also viewed with suspicion by conspiracy theorists. They argue that the Society's links to various underground activities may have been a cover for more sinister operations involving mind control or psychological manipulation. Evidence in favor of this theory suggests that the analysis by the Warren Commission helped sell Oswald as a quote-unquote deranged loner with radical ideas. Some theorists even suggest that the manuscript of The Idle Warriors was intentionally created after the Kennedy assassination to retroactively create a narrative. This theory holds that the manuscript was created with the intent of showing that Oswald had always been destined for infamy. The fact that the novel was used as evidence by the Warren Commission further fuels these suspicions, as conspiracy advocates argue that the commission itself was part of a cover-up. Another theory arises from the concept of a time slip or premonition, where Carrie Thornley may have unconsciously or consciously accessed knowledge of future events. Some have suggested that techniques such as remote viewing or a device such as the chronovisor may have been used in this regard, either by Thornley or by an intelligence agency. Also stay tuned because I'll be discussing both remote viewing and the chronovisor later in this video. COINTELPRO, an acronym for Counterintelligence Program, was a series of covert and often illegal activities conducted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation between 1956 and 1971. These operations were designed to surveil, infiltrate, discredit, and disrupt domestic political organizations considered subversive or threatening to U.S. national security. COINTELPRO's targets ranged from communist organizations to civil rights groups, feminist movements, and anti-Vietnam War activists, among others. The origins of COINTELPRO can be traced back to the Cold War era, a period marked by heightened fears of communism and domestic subversion. The program initially focused on the Communist Party USA, which the FBI deemed a significant threat to national security. However, as the 1960s progressed, COINTELPRO expanded its reach to include various other groups, such as the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, and the Black Panthers. One of the most notorious aspects of COINTELPRO was its intense focus on prominent civil rights leaders, most notably Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. After the 1963 March on Washington, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover identified King as a significant threat, fearing his potential to unify and mobilize African Americans across the country. Under COINTELPRO, the FBI engaged in a systematic campaign to discredit King. This included the infamous self-ending letter, an anonymous message sent to King, urging him to end himself to avoid the public exposure of scandals. This letter was accompanied by audio recordings obtained through illegal surveillance, which the FBI intended to use as blackmail against King. The program's methods were not limited to psychological harassment. COINTELPRO operatives frequently employed black bag jobs, a term used to describe illegal break-ins, burglaries, and wiretaps to gather intelligence on their targets. These operations often extended to planting false evidence, forging documents, and spreading disinformation designed to incite violence between rival groups or to create internal discord within organizations. For example, the FBI actively sought to deepen the rift between Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad, leading to increased tensions that some historians believe contributed to Malcolm X's slaying. One of the most egregious instances of COINTELPRO's activities was its role in the slaying of Black Panther Party leader Fred Hampton. On December 4, 1969, Hampton was shot and killed during a raid on his apartment by the Chicago Police Department. This operation was later revealed to have been orchestrated with significant input from the FBI. The Bureau had infiltrated the Black Panther Party, and the informant provided the FBI with a detailed layout of Hampton's apartment, which was used to plan the raid. This event, among others, has led to widespread accusations that COINTELPRO was not merely about intelligence gathering, but also about actively neutralizing perceived threats through violence. COINTELPRO's activities were kept secret from the public until 1971, when a group of activists broke into an FBI office in Media, Pennsylvania, and stole documents that exposed the program. The release of these documents led to widespread outrage and eventually to a series of congressional investigations, most notably the Church Committee. The Church Committee, which was formed in 1975 to investigate intelligence activities by U.S. agencies, including the FBI, was one of the most widespread investigations into these groups. The Church Committee's findings were damning, revealing that the FBI had repeatedly violated the constitutional rights of American citizens through blackmail, extortion, and psychological warfare. The exposure of COINTELPRO had a profound impact on public trust in the FBI and led to significant reforms within the intelligence community. The program's legacy continues to be a subject of intense debate, particularly regarding the balance between national security and civil liberties. Critics argue that COINTELPRO represented a gross abuse of power, one that targeted individuals and groups not for their illegal activities, but for their political beliefs and activism. This perspective is reinforced by the fact that many of COINTELPRO's targets, such as Martin Luther King Jr., were engaged in legal and constitutionally protected activities. The belief that COINTELPRO never truly ended is rooted in the observation of ongoing government surveillance and infiltration tactics against political activists in certain communities. As mentioned, COINTELPRO officially ended in 1971, following public outcry and congressional investigations, but many argue that its methods have persisted in different forms. Critics point to the FBI's continued monitoring and infiltration of political movements on both the left and the right, environmental activists, and other movements perceived as threatening. Modern surveillance has fueled concerns that the core tactics of COINTELPRO, spying, disinformation, and the disruption of activist groups, are still in use under different programs. Furthermore, the revelations of widespread domestic surveillance by the NSA have reinforced suspicions that COINTELPRO's legacy lives on. The persistence of these tactics raises questions about the balance between national security and civil liberties, much like during the COINTELPRO era. Emergency action messages, also known as EAMs, are crucial elements within the United States military's strategic command and control infrastructure. They are specifically designed for directing nuclear-capable forces during nuclear scenarios. These pre-formatted messages are used to execute major attack options, known as MAOs, or limited attack options, known as LAOs, and are a critical component in the chain of nuclear command. Directives contained within EAMs must be followed without hesitation, ensuring that nuclear-capable forces like missile silos, submarines, and bombers can respond swiftly to national defense directives. EAMs are disseminated through the High-Frequency Global Communications System, known as the HFGCS, which employs various transmission sites globally to ensure wide-reaching capabilities. These messages are encoded with advanced cryptographic protocols to maintain security and authenticity, preventing unauthorized interception or tampering. The system allows for communication even if primary command centers are compromised, with alternate sites like the E-4B Nightwatch aircraft or E-6A Mercury aircraft taking over if necessary. Sky King messages, another critical type of communication within the HFGCS, are considered of even higher priority than regular EAMs. These are specific coded instructions that can interrupt ongoing EAMs to convey urgent orders. Their content is highly time-sensitive, underscoring their importance in operational contexts where immediate attention is required. The use of EAMs and Sky King messages is structured around specific times designated by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which dictate the timing of military operations. These operations can include the deployment of reconnaissance missions, the launching of nuclear missiles, and the coordination of strategic air commands across various global theaters. Notably, anyone can tune into these EAMs and Sky King messages, and an online community has grown around listening to and interpreting these messages. This activity in general becomes especially popular around times of significant global strife. To tune in to emergency action messages, enthusiasts use shortwave radios to access the high-frequency global communication system. Listening requires a shortwave radio capable of receiving these frequencies and an environment with minimal radio frequency interference for clarity, though this can be done online as well. Conspiracy theories surrounding emergency action messages and Sky King messages often hinge on their secretive nature and critical role in nuclear command and control systems. These messages, which are highly classified and crucial for conveying nuclear commands, have sparked speculations that they could be used for purposes beyond their intended scope. The ambiguity about their full capabilities and the scenarios under which they would be used contributes to theories about hidden government agendas or cover-ups. Some believe these messages could coordinate undisclosed military operations, or even connect to global surveillance issues. However, such claims lack concrete evidence and are not supported by verified information. The use of encrypted, classified communication in military operations naturally feeds into broader narratives of mistrust in government transparency and security practices. Denver International Airport is known for its architectural uniqueness and conspiracy theories surrounding it. The DIA stands out for its avant-garde design, notably its tent-like roof structure, which mimics the snow-capped Rocky Mountains and Native American teepee forms. The airport's art garners significant attention, particularly a mural which depicts an individual in a gas mask and a World War II-era uniform slaying a dove. Officially, these murals are supposed to represent the triumph of children's dreams over global strife, though some view them as prophecies for a dystopian future. Another prominent feature at the DIA, the blue Mustang statue known as Blucifer, is a source of much speculation. The statue's fierce appearance, highlighted by glowing red eyes, and the tragic death of its creator, Luis Jimenez, add to its mystique. Notably, the horse fell apart in the sculptor's studio, killing him. While Jimenez intended the red eyes as a tribute to his father's work with neon signs, the statue's eerie aura has led others to associate it with apocalyptic symbolism. Further compounding the mystery is the DIA's extensive underground tunnel system. Originally designed for an automated baggage system that failed shortly after the airport's opening, these tunnels have been the subject of speculation about their possible use as military bases or fallout shelters. Adding yet another mysterious element to the airport is a capstone set in place by the Freemasons, which includes a time capsule meant to be opened in 2094. This capstone features symbols associated with the Freemasons and mentions the, quote, New World Airport Commission, further fueling conspiracy theories. Notably, officially, the, quote, New World Airport Commission has never existed in any capacity. The similarity between the name New World Airport Commission and the New World Order has been noted by even the most unobservant individuals. This, of course, leads one to question why such a reference was allowed to be made on the capstone of the project. Another conspiracy theory notes that the acronym for the Defense Intelligence Agency and the Denver International Airport are both DIA. While some have suggested this is merely a coincidence, others have suggested that this, combined with the other oddities, indicates a connection to the intelligence community. Phantom social workers. The phenomenon of phantom social workers refers to mysterious individuals who impersonate social workers to gain access to children in their homes, often under the pretense of investigating concerns. This unsettling narrative first emerged in the United Kingdom during the early 1990s and quickly spread across other parts of the world, including the United States. The stories typically involve these imposters visiting homes, demanding to see the children, and conducting examinations, and leaving parents terrified and the authorities perplexed. The first widely reported incidents of phantom social workers occurred in South Yorkshire in the UK, leading to a public outcry and the establishment of Operation Childcare in 1990. This task force was specifically created to investigate these claims. Over 250 reports were filed, but only a small fraction, about 18 cases, were deemed worthy of further investigation. Despite the extensive efforts, including media involvement, no substantial evidence of a coordinated conspiracy or successful child abduction by these imposters was ever officially uncovered. The vast majority of the reported cases were either deemed hoaxes, misunderstandings, or situations where no criminal activity was confirmed. One of the most chilling cases involved a woman named Anne Wiley, who recounted an encounter in which a woman posing as a health visitor arrived at her home with information on her son. The woman's suspicious behavior and lack of proper identification alerted Wiley, who managed to send her away without harm. However, the incident left her and her community deeply shaken, contributing to the growing concern surrounding these mysterious visitors. The motivations behind the phantom social workers remain speculative. Several theories have been proposed, ranging from criminal intent to alien abductions. Some have suggested that these so-called social workers are actually humanoid alien entities, such as Nordic aliens, or aliens who adopt human appearances for this purpose. Notably, those who subscribe to this theory point out that none of these phantom social workers have ever been apprehended. Others propose that at least a certain portion of the cases are the result of mass hysteria, and individuals believing that someone at their door is a phantom social worker. Remote viewing, RV, is a phenomenon that claims to allow individuals to perceive and describe information about distant or unseen targets through non-physical means. RV is typically described as extrasensory perception, ESP, or sensing with the mind. This concept has intrigued many, drawing both believers and skeptics, and has even garnered attention from government agencies, leading to its study under various secret programs. The formal investigation of remote viewing as a scientific endeavor began in the 20th century, with significant contributions from researchers like Ingo Swann, Harold Puthoff, and Russell Targ. These researchers were among the first to conduct controlled experiments in remote viewing, particularly under the auspices of the Stanford Research Institute in the early 1970s. One of the most notable early experiments involved the psychic Ingo Swann, who was tested for his ability to describe objects and events located at a distance. These experiments at SRI reportedly yielded positive results, leading to further interest and funding from various branches of the U.S. military and intelligence communities. This period marked the beginning of a more organized and funded approach to studying remote viewing, culminating in the establishment of the Stargate Project. The Stargate Project was a secret U.S. Army unit established in the late 1970s, aimed at exploring the potential military applications of psychic phenomena, including remote viewing. This project, which ran until 1995, was motivated by reports that the Soviet Union was heavily investing in similar research. There was a significant concern that they might develop psychic capabilities that could be used against the United States or American allies. Under the Stargate Project, remote viewers were tasked with various missions, including locating hostages, identifying the locations of weapons, and gathering intelligence on enemy positions. Proponents of the project claimed some successes, such as the alleged remote viewing of a lost Soviet aircraft in 1976. However, the project was fraught with controversy and skepticism, particularly from the scientific community, which criticized the methodologies used and the reliability of the results. One of the primary criticisms is the lack of repeatability in remote viewing experiments. Many studies have reported positive results, but these results often failed to be replicated in subsequent experiments, leading to questions about the validity of the findings. Furthermore, methodological flaws have been pointed out in many of the early remote viewing experiments. Issues such as the possibility of sensory leakage, where the remote viewer could have received unintentional cues about the target, and the failure to use proper control groups. These issues have cast doubt on the legitimacy of the results. These concerns have led many in the scientific community to classify remote viewing as pseudoscience, despite its continued popularity among certain groups and researchers. One notable figure in RV includes Joseph McMoneagle, a retired U.S. Army officer who participated in the Stargate project and is often cited as one of the most successful remote viewers. He claimed to have been involved in numerous successful remote viewing operations, although these claims are often disputed by skeptics. The Stargate project's association with remote viewing gave the phenomenon a degree of legitimacy that it might not have achieved otherwise. The project received considerable funding over its two-decade existence, with the CIA and the Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, both playing significant roles in its continuation. However, by the early 1990s, the project's utility was increasingly questioned. Consequently, the CIA terminated the Stargate project in 1995, marking the end of open official U.S. government research into remote viewing. The idea that remote viewing is still an ongoing government research project has persisted as a conspiracy theory for many years, despite the official closure of the Stargate project. Proponents of this theory argue that the U.S. government continued to secretly fund and conduct research into remote viewing, motivated by its potential intelligence applications. One of the central claims supporting this conspiracy theory is that the public termination of the Stargate project was merely a facade, designed to remove the controversial research from public scrutiny. The rationale behind this theory is that the government would not abandon a project that had any potential strategic value. Particularly, observers have noted that if adversarial nations like Russia or China were believed to be exploring similar research, the U.S. government would not want to allow them any potential edge. Supporters of this theory often cite the secrecy that surrounded the Stargate project and the broader field of remote viewing research. The project was highly classified for many years, and only a fraction of the related documents have been declassified. The lack of transparency and the selective release of information fuel suspicions that much remains hidden from the public. There are also claims that remote viewing is being conducted under the umbrella of private contractors or within new, more covert government programs. The idea here is that by outsourcing the research or rebranding it under different projects, the government can plausibly deny its continuation while still reaping the benefits. But that's not where the conspiracy theories regarding remote viewing end. One conspiracy theory is that remote viewing is just a psyop orchestrated by the U.S. government. This theory suggests that the entire phenomenon was deliberately concocted or exaggerated to mislead adversaries, particularly the Soviet Union. This theory posits that remote viewing was never intended to be a serious scientific pursuit, but rather a tool for manipulating both enemy states and perhaps even the general populace. By publicly funding and promoting remote viewing projects like the Stargate project, the U.S. could have created the illusion that they were making significant strides in psychic research. This, in turn, might have encouraged the Soviets to waste resources on similar pursuits, ultimately diverting attention and funds away from more practical military advancements. Notably, this is important because the United States had a significant economic advantage over the Soviet Union while the Stargate project was active. Resources expended this project were of little concern to the United States, but potentially diverted significant Soviet resources from more traditional and legitimate intelligence capabilities. Additionally, the theory suggests that remote viewing could have been used as a domestic psyop, aimed at gauging and influencing public belief in psychic phenomena. By promoting remote viewing and then leaking or declassifying certain aspects of the research, the government could have been testing the public's gullibility or readiness to accept unconventional ideas. This would allow the government to better understand how to control or influence public opinion on a broader scale. The lack of consistent, verifiable results in remote viewing experiments, coupled with the highly secretive nature of the programs, fuels this conspiracy theory. Critics argue that if remote viewing had any real efficacy, the government would not have declassified the program or allowed it to be discontinued so publicly. Instead, they contend that the whole project might have been designed to mislead, confuse, or distract, serving as a smokescreen for other covert operations, or simply as a tool for psychological warfare. Hey everyone, it's Jimmy here taking a few seconds to promote my channel and my work. If you've made it this far in the video, please do me a huge favor and hit that like button and the share button to share it with your friends. Also, remember, if you want to take it to the next level, consider signing up for the Patreon or YouTube membership for as little as 99 cents a month. You'll get access to some exclusive content and occasionally videos released in early access form. The idea that professional sports are scripted has gained traction among certain groups, fostering a conspiracy theory that challenges the integrity of various sports leagues. While many dismiss these claims as mere speculation or a byproduct of fan frustration, the persistence of this belief in popular culture suggests a deep resonance of this conspiracy. This particular theory has gained significant attention in recent years, particularly within the National Football League. The theory suggests that games, seasons, and even entire careers are predetermined by a script, much like a television show or movie. Proponents of the scripted sports conspiracy theory often point to specific instances in games that seem too dramatic or improbable to be genuine. For example, the miraculous comeback by Tom Brady and the New England Patriots in Super Bowl 51, where they overcame a 28-3 third-quarter deficit to win in overtime, is frequently cited. Skeptics argue that such a comeback, while rare, is within the realm of possibility in sports, but many remain unconvinced. Questionable officiating decisions, particularly in high-stakes games like the Super Bowl, are often presented as proof that the outcomes are predetermined. These include controversial calls that have significantly impacted the results of games, leading some to believe that referees are part of the script designed to create more drama. This drama is theorized to boost audience engagement, both through the watching of content as well as posting about the event on social media. The theory further posits that the immense financial stakes in professional sports provide a compelling motive for leagues to ensure that games follow a narrative that maximizes viewership. The financial aspect of professional sports is often highlighted as a key factor that supports the scripted sports conspiracy theory. The global sports industry is worth billions of dollars, and television deals, sponsorships, and advertising revenue are heavily dependent on the popularity and viewership of sports events. While the NFL has been the primary focus of the scripted sports conspiracy theory, similar claims have been made about other sports as well. In basketball, for instance, the notion that the NBA manipulates outcomes to favor large market teams or popular players is a recurring theme among conspiracy theorists. The idea is that the league benefits from having teams like the Los Angeles Lakers or players like LeBron James in the finals, as this drives higher ratings and more significant revenue. Boxing and mixed martial arts have also been subject to accusations of scripting, especially in high-profile fights. The controversy surrounding certain decisions in boxing matches, where outcomes seem to favor the more marketable fighter, has led to suspicions that some fights are fixed. Conspiracy theorists posit that this is to ensure future lucrative matchups between more marketable fighters. Similarly, in MMA, the dramatic nature of some fights and the narratives built around fighters have led some to believe that the outcomes are predetermined to maximize interest in the sport. The claims of Lou Elizondo. Lou Elizondo, a former U.S. Army counterintelligence special agent and an official in the Department of Defense, has become a central figure in the UFO world. Since his, quote, resignation from the Pentagon in 2017 and subsequent media appearances, Elizondo has made several controversial claims. These claims have fueled widespread speculation about government secrecy, extraterrestrial life, and advanced technologies beyond human understanding. Elizondo first gained significant public attention through his role in the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, ATIP, a Pentagon initiative reportedly tasked with investigating UFOs. As a programming note, Elizondo refers to them as unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs, but I've chosen to use the more common phrase UFO throughout this series. According to Elizondo, ATIP was responsible for examining various UFO incidents, particularly those involving the U.S. military. Elizondo has consistently claimed that he was the director of ATIP, although this assertion has been met with skepticism by the Pentagon. This discrepancy has sparked conspiracy theories suggesting that the government might be downplaying or concealing Elizondo's involvement to keep the public unaware of the true nature of UFOs. One of the most provocative aspects of Elizondo's narrative is his claim that the U.S. government has recovered non-human biological entities from UFO crash sites. Elizondo alleges that the government has in its possession materials of extraterrestrial origin, including biological specimens. He also suggests that some UFO incidents may involve technologies that are capable of manipulating space-time, indicating a level of advancement far beyond current human capabilities. Elizondo has further argued that there is a concerted effort by various government agencies to cover up the reality of these phenomena. He believes that the government's reluctance to disclose information about UFOs stems from a fear of public panic and the potential implications for national security. This secrecy, according to Elizondo, has fueled countless conspiracy theories and public distrust, exacerbated by occasional leaks and incomplete disclosures. Since leaving the Pentagon, Elizondo has become a prominent figure in the media, frequently appearing on podcasts and in documentaries. His appearances have not only brought UFOs back into the mainstream, but have also lent credibility to the idea that there may be more to the UFO phenomenon than previously thought. In interviews, Elizondo has often emphasized that many UFO sightings involve objects with capabilities that defy conventional physics. These abilities include sudden acceleration, hypersonic speeds, and the ability to operate underwater. Elizondo's assertions have been met with a mix of intrigue and skepticism. While some see him as a whistleblower revealing long-hidden truths, others view his claims as part of a larger disinformation campaign. The release of Pentagon videos showing UFOs, often referred to as the Tic Tac videos, has significantly bolstered Elizondo's credibility. However, the release of these videos has also led to the claim that Mr. Elizondo is, to use the common parlance, still glowing. One theory suggests that the U.S. government has been reverse engineering alien technology for decades, possibly explaining advancements in aerospace technology. Another theory posits that the government is preparing for a slow disclosure of extraterrestrial life, with Elizondo and others being used to gradually acclimate the public to this reality. These theories are further fueled by Elizondo's claims about the connection between UFOs and nuclear facilities. He has repeatedly stated that UFOs have shown a particular interest in nuclear assets, often appearing near missile silos and even deactivating nuclear weapons. This has led to speculation that extraterrestrial entities may be monitoring or even controlling human nuclear capabilities, possibly as a means of preventing nuclear conflict. Majestic 12, often abbreviated as MJ-12, is one of the most enduring and controversial UFO conspiracy theories. The story begins in the summer of 1947, following the famous Roswell incident, where an alien spacecraft was said to have crashed in New Mexico. In response, it is claimed that President Harry S. Truman established a secret committee composed of military leaders, scientists, and government officials. This committee was known as Majestic 12. The existence of MJ-12 came into the public eye in December 1984, when a Los Angeles television producer and UFO researcher named Jaime Shandera received a mysterious package. Inside was a roll of 35mm film containing what appeared to be classified government documents. These documents, dated November 18, 1952, were purportedly a briefing for President-elect Dwight Eisenhower about the recovery of extraterrestrial spacecraft and bodies following 2 crashes. The contents of these documents named 12 individuals supposedly involved in the top-secret committee. Some of the notable figures mentioned include Dr. Vannevar Bush, an influential scientist and engineer, Admiral Roscoe H. Hillenkoetter, the first director of the CIA, and Secretary of Defense James Forrestal. The documents detailed the handling of extraterrestrial materials and emphasized secrecy due to national security concerns. The initial exposure of the MJ-12 documents led to significant public interest and controversy. Famed UFO researchers such as Stanton Friedman and William Moore began investigating their authenticity. Moore and Shandera eventually teamed up with British author Timothy Good, who also received similar documents. Their findings and the subsequent media coverage in 1987 brought MJ-12 into the limelight, prompting investigations by the FBI and other entities. Despite the sensational nature of the claims, skepticism about the authenticity of the MJ-12 documents has been widespread. Many investigators have pointed out numerous anachronisms and inconsistencies within the documents, suggesting they might be elaborate forgeries. For instance, the typeface and formatting errors, as well as historical inaccuracies, have led experts to argue that the documents were likely created as part of a disinformation campaign. One of the arguments against the legitimacy of MJ-12 comes from the FBI. After conducting its investigation, the FBI declared the documents to be, quote, completely bogus. And as you know from this series, agencies like the FBI, the CIA, and the NSA are honor-bound to always tell the truth to the American public, no matter what. The FBI statement did little to dampen the fervor of UFO enthusiasts who believe the documents provide crucial evidence of a government cover-up regarding extraterrestrial encounters. Theories about MJ-12 have since proliferated, with some suggesting that the documents were intentionally leaked by government insiders to obscure real UFO research projects. Others believe they were fabricated by private individuals or groups with interests in ufology. One of the aspects of the MJ-12 saga is its connection to broader UFO lore and the Cold War context. During this period, the U.S. military and intelligence agencies were deeply involved in both developing advanced technologies and countering Soviet espionage. UFO researchers suggest that some disinformation campaigns by the Air Force Office of Special Investigations might have deliberately spread UFO stories to obscure real sensitive projects. This strategy included feeding fabricated information to prominent UFO researchers who later admitted to cooperating with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations in exchange for inside information. The story of Paul Benowitz is a notable example of this disinformation strategy. Benowitz, an electronics engineer, believed he had uncovered evidence of alien activities near Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico. Encouraged by disinformation, he became convinced of a vast extraterrestrial presence and shared his findings with the Air Force, only to later realize he had been misled. The true origin and purpose of the MJ-12 documents remain a mystery. As with many conspiracy theories, the allure of MJ-12 lies in its blend of plausible details and tantalizing gaps, inviting both belief and skepticism. Havana syndrome is a mysterious and highly controversial condition that first came to public attention in late 2016. The first cases of Havana syndrome were reported by U.S. and Canadian diplomats and intelligence personnel stationed in Havana. Affected individuals described experiencing strange, localized sounds and sensations, such as grating noises, pressure, and vibrations, often occurring in their homes or hotel rooms. These incidents were followed by a range of symptoms, including headaches, dizziness, cognitive difficulties, and hearing loss. The symptoms have been severe enough in some cases to necessitate medical treatment, including hearing aids for some individuals. As of mid-2018, the number of Americans reporting symptoms in Cuba had reached 26, with similar cases reported among Canadian diplomats. These events led the U.S. to reduce its embassy staff in Havana and issue travel warnings. Initially, speculation centered on the possibility of a sonic or microwave weapon used by a foreign power, possibly Russia. Intelligence reports indicated that suspected Russian operatives were in close proximity to affected CIA officers during some incidents. Despite extensive investigations by the FBI, CIA, and National Institutes of Health, no definitive cause has been identified. A significant NIH study using advanced imaging techniques found no MRI detectable brain injuries or significant clinical differences between affected individuals and healthy controls. This has led to speculation about other potential causes, including mass psychogenic illness. This suggests that the symptoms might be the result of psychological factors rather than a physical attack. Havana syndrome has not been confined to Cuba. Similar cases have been reported by U.S. personnel in China, Russia, and several other countries. For example, incidents in China prompted the evacuation of staff from the U.S. consulate in Guangzhou. The CIA and other agencies have set up task forces to investigate the syndrome, but their findings remain inconclusive, at least publicly. In 2022, a CIA report stated that while most cases could not be linked to a hostile foreign power, a few incidents warranted further investigation. Despite years of investigation and various theories, the exact cause and nature of these health incidents remain unclear. Further, even if the true cause of Havana syndrome is uncovered, I suspect any findings may be suppressed to avoid international incidents and outrage. The Gulf Breeze UFO Incident. The incident began on November 11, 1987, when Ed Walters, a local contractor, claimed to have seen and photographed a UFO. Walters reported seeing a blue disc-shaped craft hovering above the trees near his home. He took several Polaroid photos of the object, which he initially submitted anonymously to the Gulf Breeze Sentinel under the pseudonym Mr. X. The Gulf Breeze Sentinel continued to publish these reports, increasing public interest and debate. Numerous residents corroborated Walters' claims, providing their own accounts of strange sightings. For instance, Art and Mary Hufford reported seeing a gray oval object flying silently over the treetops. Another resident, Jeff Thompson, and his son claimed to have seen a craft near their home, which emitted a white light and dissipated upon approach. Such reports added credibility to Walter's initial claims, suggesting a broader phenomenon beyond a single individual's experiences. The Mutual UFO Network, MUFON, conducted investigations with some members, such as Dr. Bruce Maccabee, confirming the authenticity of Walter's photos. Maccabee, an optical physicist, argued that the images provided compelling evidence of unexplained aerial phenomena. Despite the support from some UFO researchers, significant skepticism surrounded the Gulf Breeze sightings. Critics pointed to inconsistencies in the photographs and Walter's background, which included a reputation as a local prankster. The controversy deepened in 1990 when a model resembling the UFO in Walter's photos was discovered in the attic of his former home. This discovery led many to accuse Walters of orchestrating a hoax. Walters denied any knowledge of the model, claiming it was planted to discredit him. Further doubts arose from technical analyses of the photographs. Some experts suggested that Walters might have used double exposure techniques to create the images. The Gulf Breeze UFO incident remains a topic of debate and speculation. Supporters argue that the volume and consistency of eyewitness reports suggest genuine unexplained phenomena. They cite the psychological and polygraph tests that Walters passed as evidence of his sincerity. However, detractors argue that it is possible to pass a polygraph test in numerous ways, including actually believing your own hoax is valid. On the other hand, skeptics view the incident as a classic example of a well-executed hoax. They point to the model found in Walter's attic, his financial gain from book deals, and the technical flaws in his photographs as strong indicators that something isn't right. Other skeptics discredit the related sightings around the same time as indicative of a mass hysteria event. Agartha is a legendary kingdom said to be located on the inner surface of the Earth. The concept of Agartha is closely tied to the hollow Earth theory, which proposes that the Earth is hollow and contains subterranean environments. This idea can be traced back to the 17th century when Edmund Halley, known for Halley's Comet, suggested that the Earth consisted of concentric shells with separate atmospheres. The legend gained further prominence through the works of 19th century French occultist Alexandre Saint-Yves d'Alvedre, who described Agartha in an 1886 book. Saint-Yves claimed that Agartha was an underground kingdom of advanced knowledge and wisdom, hidden from the surface world to safeguard its secrets. The story was later revived by Polish explorer Ferdynand Ossendowski, who in a 1922 book recounted tales of a subterranean kingdom imparted to him by Mongolian lamas. The mysteries of Agartha are deeply intertwined with various cultural myths and religious stories. In Hindu and Buddhist traditions, similar concepts exist, such as Patala, a netherworld inhabited by serpent-like beings called Nagas. Another concept also exists called Shambhala, a mythical kingdom often confused with Agartha in Western sources. One of the stories related to Agartha involves Admiral Richard E. Byrd of the U.S. Navy. In his purported secret diary, Byrd describes an encounter with an advanced civilization during a flight over the North Pole in 1947. He claims to have seen a lush, green landscape and was greeted by beings from Agartha, who expressed concern over humanity's use of nuclear weapons. Although this diary's authenticity is widely disputed, it has fueled many conspiracy theories about the existence of Agartha. According to these theories, Agartha is accessible through entrances at the North and South Poles, as well as other locations around the world. Maps created by these groups often depict a vast network of tunnels connecting various parts of the Earth's interior, with Agartha as the central hub. The UVB-76 broadcast. UVB-76, also known as the buzzer, is a shortwave radio station that has fascinated listeners and conspiracy theorists since it was first identified in the late 1970s. Operating on a frequency of 4,625 kilohertz, the station emits a short, monotonous buzzing tone, approximately 25 times per minute, 24 hours a day. This repetitive and inscrutable transmission is occasionally interrupted by voice messages in Russian. These Russian phrases often include strings of names, numbers, and words, sparking widespread speculation about their meaning and purpose. Historically, UVB 76 was first recorded in 1982, but it is believed to have been broadcasting since the late 1970s. Its signals originate from Russia, and over the years, the tones and formats of the broadcasts have varied slightly. These alterations have led to intense scrutiny and analysis by amateur radio enthusiasts and professional signal analysts worldwide, yet the station's true purpose remains unknown. The voice messages transmitted by UVB 76 are typically formatted in a specific structure that includes call signs and coded messages. These transmissions, although rare, are highly standardized and suggest a methodical purpose behind the broadcasts. Theories about the station's function range from military communication to conducting research on the ionosphere, yet no concrete evidence has substantiated any single explanation. Notably, the station's activities spiked in interest when unusual transmissions, including music from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake and other sounds, were broadcast in 2010, indicating a possible shift in the station's operation or purpose at that time. Theories regarding UVB 76's function include suggestions that it serves as a numbers station. This is a part of a network of similar radio stations used during the Cold War for transmitting encrypted messages to spies using one-time pads. This encryption method is virtually unbreakable if used correctly, adding a layer of intrigue to the already mysterious broadcasts. Additionally, the station's enduring operation, despite the availability of more modern communication technologies, suggests its continued relevance and importance to the parties operating it. Despite numerous attempts to uncover more about UVB 76, including expeditions to its suspected broadcasting locations, the station's operators and precise objectives remain unconfirmed. I suspect the true nature of this mysterious broadcast is known by intelligence officials, but of course they aren't talking. The Ilkley Moor UFO Incident. The Ilkley Moor UFO incident centers on the experience of Philip Spencer, a retired police officer. He reported a close encounter with a UFO and an extraterrestrial being on December 1st, 1987, while walking on Ilkley Moor in Yorkshire in the United Kingdom. Philip set out early in the morning with his camera, aiming to photograph strange lights reported in the area. As he walked across the moor, he encountered a small green humanoid creature with large eyes and pointed ears. Acting on impulse, Spencer took a photograph of the being, which then fled. Spencer pursued the creature and witnessed a large domed UFO taking off from the moor and disappearing into the sky. Spencer's photograph of the alleged alien has been the subject of extensive scrutiny. The image, while blurry, showed a figure that did not match any known animal. Initial analysis by wildlife photography experts and further examination at Kodak Laboratories confirmed that the photograph was not tampered with. Spencer's experience did not end with the photograph. He reported feeling disoriented and noted that his compass was pointing south instead of north. Additionally, upon reaching the nearest village, he realized that the town clock indicated an hour had passed, although he felt only a short time had elapsed since his encounter. To retrieve more details about the incident, Spencer underwent hypnosis. During these sessions, he recounted being abducted by the beings he photographed and taken aboard their craft. He described a room filled with bright lights and advanced technology, and how he was examined by the entities. These hypnosis sessions added a layer of complexity to the case, providing a narrative of abduction and interaction with extraterrestrial beings. The public reaction to Spencer's story has been mixed. While some believe his account is genuine, others are skeptical, attributing it to hallucinations or a hoax. Investigators like Peter Howe, who initially thought the case was too good to be true, found Spencer to be credible and not motivated by fame or financial gain. Proponents argue that Spencer's detailed descriptions and the physical evidence of the photograph support a genuine encounter with an alien being. Skeptics suggest that Spencer might have experienced a psychological episode, perhaps triggered by the isolation and eerie atmosphere of the moor. Some believe that the strange lights and the disorientation experienced by Spencer could potentially be explained by natural atmospheric phenomena. However, the photograph remains a focal point of the incident. Despite advanced analysis, including enhancement attempts in the United States, the lack of any evidence suggesting manipulation or fabrication keeps the image at the heart of the mystery. The chronovisor is an alleged time-viewing device, reportedly developed by Father Pellegrino Ernetti, an Italian priest and exorcist, during the mid-20th century. According to Ernetti, this device enabled users to view and hear events from the past, like a television tuning into events throughout history. The most sensational of these claims includes observations of Jesus Christ's crucifixion and other biblical events. Other notable historical figures and events, such as speeches by Roman Senator Cicero and the end of Julius Caesar, were also noted to be viewable. Ernetti's description suggests that the chronovisor worked through the use of specialized antennae made from mysterious metals, capable of capturing sound and light waves across the spectrum. This technology supposedly allowed it to record and project past events onto a screen, making it less of a time travel device and more of a viewer into history. Despite the intriguing nature of Ernetti's claims, they have been met with significant skepticism and controversy. Critics have pointed out that no concrete evidence of the device's existence has ever been presented. The key piece of supposed evidence, a photograph depicting the crucifixion of Jesus, was later quote-unquote debunked as a manipulated image resembling a sculpture. I've attached the image of Jesus in his final days, reportedly taken through the chronovisor. The debate over the chronovisor's existence is further complicated by the Vatican's secretive stance on the matter. While the Church has not confirmed the existence of such a device, a Vatican decree from 1988 threatening excommunication for its use was put into effect. Conspiracy theorists have suggested that there would be no need for a threat of excommunication if such a device didn't exist, or if the device did not have some form of power. This has fueled speculation about its possible reality and potential misuse. However, skeptics have noted that the decree may also have been issued to prevent deterioration of church doctrine. In his later years, amidst growing skepticism, Ernetti allegedly recanted his claims, stating that the stories about the chronovisor were fabricated. His confession, however, is disputed, and some believe it was coerced by the Church, or factions within the Church, that wanted to suppress this wondrous technology. However, some theories suggest that the CIA may have taken an interest in this technology, seeking to further develop it for covert operations. The idea is that the CIA, intrigued by the potential of such a device for intelligence gathering and historical research, might have invested resources into refining the chronovisor. According to this theory, this potentially involved advanced quantum mechanics and cutting-edge technologies to enhance the supposed capabilities of the original device. Speculation abounds that the chronovisor could offer unprecedented insights into historical events or even predict future occurrences, making it a powerful tool for national security. The 1960 U-2 incident marked a significant escalation in Cold War tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union. On May 1, 1960, a U.S. Lockheed U-2 spy plane, piloted by Francis Gary Powers, was allegedly shot down by the Soviet Union during a reconnaissance mission over Soviet territory. The incident exposed a covert U.S. operation aimed at gathering intelligence on Soviet military capabilities, particularly their intercontinental ballistic missile programs. The U-2 aircraft, designed to fly at high altitudes beyond the reach of Soviet fighter jets and missiles, was part of a strategic U.S. effort to monitor Soviet military installations. The plane was initially brought to a joint Turkish-American air base located in Turkey, where it was outfitted for the mission over the Soviet Union. From there, it was ferried to Peshawar aboard a C-124 transport plane. The plane took off from Pakistan, intending to photograph key sites within the Soviet Union, including missile sites at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, before landing in Norway. However, the plane was detected and allegedly shot down by a Soviet S-75 Dvina surface-to-air missile near Ekaterinburg, Russia. Powers ejected and was captured upon landing. I note that while he had a self-ending kit on him, he didn't use it, contrary to his apparent orders in such a situation. Also, in what can only be described as a massive screw-up, the Soviets accidentally shot down a MiG, slaying the pilot on board. The official cause of this pilot's untimely end wasn't made public until the fall of the Soviet Union. As an interesting aside, because of the cover-up, the Soviet Union heavily decorated the surface-to-air missile defense squadron, which shot down the MiG. The incident occurred at a time when U.S. President Dwight D. Eisenhower and Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev were preparing for a summit in Paris aimed at easing Cold War tensions. Initially, the U.S. government attempted to cover up the espionage mission, claiming the aircraft was a weather plane that had strayed off course. However, the Soviet Union presented evidence of the spy plane, including photographs of Powers and wreckage from the U-2, thereby exposing the U.S. espionage operation. The fallout from the incident was immediate and far-reaching. Khrushchev demanded an apology from the United States and a halt to the reconnaissance flights. When Eisenhower refused to apologize or acknowledge the flights as espionage, it led to the collapse of the Paris summit. The incident not only heightened Cold War tensions, but also had a lasting impact on U.S.-Soviet relations, which were approaching an all-time low. Powers was convicted of espionage by the Soviet Union and sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment, plus 7 years of hard labor. He was released in 1962 in a prisoner exchange for Soviet intelligence officer Rudolf Abel. That's the official version of how things went down. Now let's get to the conspiracy theories surrounding this event. In 2010, a CIA report on the incident was declassified, indicating that U.S. officials never believed Francis Gary Powers' version of events. The CIA report references a National Security Agency report as definitive evidence for why this is the case. However, the NSA report itself is still classified at present. However, the CIA report suggests that the plane began to lose significant altitude for no apparent reason prior to the apparent interception by surface-to-air missiles. The CIA report alleges that Francis Gary Powers may not have been shot down, but that he may have been attempting to land his plane for the purposes of defection to the Soviet Union. In the 1990s, Fletcher Prouty, who was a chief of special operations for the Joint Chiefs of Staff under President John F. Kennedy, decided to spill the beans on the true purpose of the operation. According to Prouty, the operation was designated a disinformation campaign against the Soviets, as well as a means to disrupt the Paris summit. Prouty claimed that the U-2 plane involved had previously been crashed and was rebuilt to lower specifications. He also claimed that the plane was equipped with a subpar camera, which was not in line with the cutting-edge cameras that were used on U-2s at the time. However, perhaps most astonishingly, he claimed that the engine contained insufficient fuel to reach its destination. Given all these irregularities, this would require Francis Gary Powers to have been in on it, which, if that was the case, talk about bravery. Interestingly, Francis Gary Powers succumbed to a helicopter crash in Encino, California in 1977. In a heroic turn of events, Powers could likely have saved himself by conducting an emergency landing in an area where a group of children were playing. Instead, Powers decided to take evasive action at the last moment, saving the children but unfortunately costing his own life and the life of the cameraman aboard. The Great Tartarian Empire. The Great Tartarian Empire is a popular conspiracy theory that has gained traction among certain online communities, despite being widely regarded as a pseudo-historical concept. According to proponents of this theory, there was once a vast and technologically advanced empire known as Tartaria, or Tartary, that spanned much of Asia, Eastern Europe, and even parts of North America. This empire, they claim, has been deliberately erased from history by a global conspiracy orchestrated by the world's elite. The roots of the Tartarian Empire conspiracy can be traced back to the historical region known as Tartary. This was a term used in Western Europe from the Middle Ages until the 19th century to describe a large, vaguely defined area of northern and central Asia, stretching from the Caspian Sea to the Pacific Ocean. The name Tartary was used by Europeans as a blanket term for various nomadic peoples and regions of the Eurasian steppe. These people included groups such as the Kazakhs, Mongols, Manchus, the Cumans, and of course the Tatars. Over time, as knowledge of the geography and history of Central Asia improved, the term fell out of use, and Tartary as a concept faded from maps and scholarly discourse. However, the maps and writings referring to this vast place persisted, creating evident confusion for further generations. For instance, in the map used for this portion of the video, Tartary has been divided into Russian or Muscovite Tartary, Chinese Tartary, and independent Tartary, reflecting the realms of the Kazakhs and more. Advocates of the Tartarian Empire theory assert that this empire was not only real, but also extraordinarily advanced. They often point to grandiose buildings, such as those with Greco-Roman and Renaissance architecture found across the world, claiming that these structures are remnants of Tartaria. They argue that the world's elite, including historians, governments, and educational institutions, have systematically suppressed the truth about Tartaria to maintain control over global narratives of history and progress. One of the most common claims within this conspiracy theory is that of the mud flood. Proponents suggest that a catastrophic event, possibly a global flood of mud, buried much of the world's infrastructure, and what we see today are merely the tops of ancient Tartarian buildings. The Tartarian Empire conspiracy theory has gained momentum in recent years, largely through social media platforms and websites dedicated to alternative histories. It has been linked to broader conspiracy theories, such as those proposed by Anatoly Fomenko in his New Chronology theory. Fomenko, a Russian mathematician, argues that much of recorded history, as we know it, is a fabrication, and that events and empires have been misdated or even invented. He suggests that the history of the world is much shorter, and that the so-called Tartarian Empire was one of the dominant powers before it was erased from history. Despite the lack of credible evidence supporting the existence of the Tartarian Empire, the theory has attracted a diverse following. Area 51, a highly classified United States Air Force facility located in the Nevada desert, has long been at the center of some of the most enduring and elaborate conspiracy theories in modern history. Established in 1955, Area 51 was initially used for the testing of the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft, a crucial element in the United States intelligence operations during the Cold War. The remote location and the extensive security measures made the site ideal for conducting classified military projects. Over the decades, the base has evolved into a hub for the testing and development of advanced military aircraft. Of the publicly known developments which occurred there, these have included the A-12 Oxcart, the SR-71 Blackbird, and the F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter. Despite its official purpose, the lack of public information about Area 51's activities has given rise to numerous conspiracy theories. The base's very existence was not acknowledged by the U.S. government until 2013, when the CIA declassified documents revealing Area 51's role in the U-2 program. This late acknowledgement only served to intensify speculation about what else might be hidden at the site. The most popular and persistent conspiracy theory about Area 51 is that it is a repository for extraterrestrial technology and beings. This belief was significantly amplified by the claims of Bob Lazar, who in 1989 alleged that he had worked at a site near Area 51 known as S4, where he purportedly reverse-engineered alien spacecraft. According to Lazar, the U.S. government was in possession of several alien craft and was attempting to replicate their technology. Lazar's story, despite being widely challenged by skeptics, has become a cornerstone of the Area 51 legend. His claims have led to other theories suggesting that the base is involved in the storage, examination, and reverse engineering of materials supposedly recovered from the infamous Roswell crash. Additionally, it is believed by some that Area 51 houses facilities where autopsies of recovered alien bodies are conducted. Also, if you're interested in hearing more about the claims of Bob Lazar and the conspiracies surrounding him, check out the first episode in this Iceberg series. These theories about Area 51 are often supported by numerous reports of unidentified flying objects in the skies in the area. During the 1950s and 1960s, many of these sightings were likely triggered by the testing of high-altitude reconnaissance planes, such as the U-2. The unusual appearance and flight characteristics of these planes contributed to the perception of UFOs, as commercial pilots and civilians who saw these aircraft were unaware of their existence. Beyond extraterrestrial connections, Area 51 is also thought to be a site where the U.S. government develops and tests advanced technologies that go beyond conventional military applications. Some theories propose that the base is involved in the development of exotic energy weapons, weather control devices, time travel, and teleportation technology. Another interesting aspect of these theories involves the alleged existence of a vast underground network beneath Area 51. This network is said to include underground laboratories, secret transportation systems, and even bases that extend deep into the earth. Although these ideas are generally considered speculative, they contribute to the mystique that surrounds the base and its operations. The conspiracy theories surrounding Area 51 have not only persisted over the decades, but have also become deeply ingrained in popular culture. One of the most notable examples of public engagement with these theories occurred in 2019, when a viral internet campaign titled "Storm Area 51, They Can't Stop All of Us" was launched. The campaign, which started as a joke, quickly gained momentum, with millions of people expressing interest in participating in a mass raid of the base to uncover its secrets. Although the event did not result in an actual raid, it demonstrated the enduring fascination and curiosity that surrounds Area 51 and the goings-on there. The Pascagoula alien abduction is a UFO encounter that occurred on the night of October 11, 1973. This incident involved Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker, who reported being abducted by extraterrestrials while fishing along the Pascagoula River in Mississippi. On that evening, after finishing work at a local shipyard, Hickson, aged 42, and Parker, aged 19, decided to go fishing. The tranquility of their fishing trip was shattered when they heard a buzzing sound and witnessed an oval-shaped object with flashing blue lights hovering above the ground. According to their accounts, 3 creatures with robotic humanoid appearances emerged from the craft. Parker reportedly fainted due to the shock, and Hickson claimed that they were both floated aboard the craft by these beings. Inside the UFO, Hickson described being examined by a mechanical eye-like device, which seemed to scan his body. Parker later recounted similar experiences, though he had initially reported passing out. The entire ordeal lasted approximately 20 minutes, after which they were returned unharmed to their original location on the riverbank. No loss of time was reported, as is common in these sorts of events. Further, the description of the beings given in this event were not the standard gray aliens or other such common alien archetypes. Immediately after the incident, Hickson and Parker sought help from local authorities. They first contacted Keesler Air Force Base and were redirected to the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. The sheriff, suspecting a hoax, secretly recorded their conversation, hoping to capture them confessing to a prank. However, the recording only captured their genuine distress and confusion about the event. The case quickly attracted widespread media attention and became a significant subject within UFO research circles. The Pascagoula incident is particularly notable because of the detailed physical descriptions of the abductors. Over the years, this incident has been subject to skepticism and numerous investigations. Some believe that this was a legitimate close encounter, citing others seeing strange lights in the area as proof of this. Some researchers suggest that the abduction experience could have been a case of hypnagogia, a psychological phenomenon involving hallucinations between wakefulness and sleep. Others, however, consider the emotional distress and consistency in Hickson and Parker's accounts as indicative of an actual extraterrestrial encounter. Others have speculated that Parker was suggestible and just went along with what Hickson experienced. Both men maintained their stories until their respective passings, with Parker appearing to be particularly distraught when describing the encounter in interviews. Further, Parker suffered mental health problems throughout his life, which he attributed to the uncanny nature of the experience. Dowsing is a practice that has captured human imagination for centuries. It involves the use of a simple instrument, such as a forked stick or metal rods, to locate underground water, minerals, and even lost objects. The practice of dowsing dates back to at least the 16th century, with early records suggesting its use in mining operations across Europe. For instance, in the 1550 edition of Cosmographia by Sebastian Munster, a woodcut illustration depicts a dowser using a forked rod to locate mineral veins. This practice was believed to be particularly effective in the rich mining regions of Germany, where miners would rely on the virgula divina, or divining rod, to discover valuable ores. The technique soon spread to other parts of Europe, including England, where it was employed in royal mines and by German miners working in the tin-rich regions of Devon and Cornwall. Throughout history, dowsing has been associated with various mystical and supernatural explanations. In the 17th century, the philosopher Robert Boyle observed a dowser at work and noted the apparent lack of physical force exerted by the practitioner. Boyle, although skeptical, recorded the dowser's belief in the effectiveness of the divining rod, which was said to be guided by unseen forces. This idea of hidden energies or spirits guiding the dowsing process has persisted into modern times, often feeding into theories that suggest dowsing taps into secret or suppressed knowledge. The tools used in dowsing are deceptively simple. The most common instrument is a Y-shaped twig. typically cut from a hazel, willow, or witch hazel tree. The dowser holds the two prongs of the forked stick, with the stem pointing forward, and walks slowly over the area being investigated. When the rod dips or twitches, it is taken as a sign that water or some other sought-after substance is present below. In some cases, dowsers use metal rods, pendulums, or mysterious boxes filled with unknown substances to guide their search. Proponents of dowsing offer various explanations for how it works. Some claim that the dowser is sensitive to Earth's energies or vibrations that emanate from underground water or minerals. Others suggest that dowsers possess an innate psychic ability that allows them to detect these hidden resources. The longevity and persistence of dowsing in popular culture have given rise to numerous conspiracy theories. One common theme is the idea that dowsing represents ancient knowledge or technology that has been deliberately suppressed by scientific and governmental authorities. According to this theory, the powers that be, including scientists and skeptics, dismiss dowsing not because it is ineffective, but because it threatens established interests. This theory suggests that the natural resource and mining industries, and in particular, oil and gas industries, would be devastated if dowsing was accepted as reality. Some conspiracy theorists argue that dowsing is connected to a secret tradition of occult practices that have been handed down through the ages. They claim that the knowledge of dowsing, like that of alchemy or astrology, has been kept hidden from the general public to maintain power within certain elite circles. This narrative often ties dowsing to other esoteric traditions, suggesting that those who master it gain access to a deeper understanding of the natural world and its hidden forces. This variant of the theory often suggests that professional dowsers are employed by oil and gas companies and mining companies, but that this is not publicly acknowledged. Another aspect of dowsing-related conspiracy theories involves its use in modern times by military and governmental agencies. During the Vietnam War, it was reported that some U.S. Marines employed dowsing techniques to locate enemy tunnels and weapons caches. This revelation has led some to speculate that dowsing is secretly used by military forces around the world, potentially as part of classified research into paranormal or psychic warfare. The Georgia Guidestones, often dubbed America's Stonehenge, were a granite monument erected in Elbert County, Georgia in 1980. In June 1979, a man using the pseudonym R.C. Christian approached the Elberton Granite Finishing Company with plans for a large granite monument. Claiming to represent a group of concerned citizens, Christian insisted on anonymity, and even had local banker Wyatt C. Martin sign a confidentiality agreement. Despite initial skepticism, the funds were secured, and the construction proceeded. By March 1980, the monument, consisting of 4 vertical slabs surrounding a central stone and topped with a capstone, was unveiled. The Guidestones stood over 19 feet tall and weighed approximately 250,000 pounds. The monument served not only as a supposed philosophical guide, but also as an astronomical calendar. Its design included several features that aligned with celestial phenomena, such as a hole through which the North Star could be seen. Further, there was a slot that aligned with the sun during solstices, and a capstone hole that allowed sunlight to mark noontime on the central stone. The striking aspect of the Guidestones were the 10 guidelines inscribed in 8 languages: English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, Chinese, and Russian. These guidelines proposed ideas for post-apocalyptic humanity, including maintaining a population under 500 million, uniting humanity with a new language, and balancing personal rights with social duties. These inscriptions sparked much debate and conspiracy theories, with some interpreting them as a call for a new world order. Many locals and various conspiracy theorists viewed the monument with suspicion, often labeling it as satanic or linked to secret societies like the Rosicrucians or the Illuminati. The true identity and motives of R.C. Christian remain a mystery, fueling speculation and wild theories about the monument's purpose and the intentions behind its construction. Some theorists believe that the name stands for Christian Rosenkreuz, the alleged founder of the Rosicrucian order. The guidestones were frequently targeted by vandals, who defaced them with graffiti and attempted to damage the structure. Security measures, including surveillance cameras, were installed to prevent such acts. The most dramatic event occurred on July 6, 2022, when an explosive device significantly damaged the monument, leading to its complete dismantling later that day for safety reasons. Despite investigations, no suspects have been publicly identified, and the motive behind the bombing remains unclear. While the physical monument no longer stands, its legacy endures through discussions and theories. The Polybius arcade machine is a compelling and mysterious part of video game folklore, wrapped in conspiracy theories and urban legends. The story of Polybius dates back to the early 1980s in Portland, Oregon, where it is claimed that a sinister arcade game caused severe psychological and physical effects on those who played it. The game, named after the ancient Greek historian Polybius, allegedly appeared in arcades in 1981, only to disappear shortly after, leaving behind only disturbing memories. According to the legend, Polybius was no ordinary arcade game. It was housed in an all-black cabinet and reportedly had gameplay that was both mesmerizing and disorienting. Players were said to experience intense psychoactive effects, including nausea, seizures, night terrors, and even amnesia. Some accounts go further, suggesting that players developed obsessive behaviors or suffered from questionable thoughts after playing the game. To add to the intrigue, mysterious men in black were said to periodically visit the arcades, collecting data from the machines, not quarters. The game's supposed effects and the involvement of shadowy figures fueled speculation that Polybius was part of a government experiment. Some have speculated that it was possibly related to mind control techniques, similar to those explored in the infamous MK Ultra program. Though no concrete evidence links Polybius to such experiments, the association has become a central part of the game's mythos. The first known mention of Polybius appeared in the late 1990s on a website called coinop.org, which documented various arcade machines. The entry described the game and its strange effects, providing the first public reference to its alleged developer, a company called Sinneslotion. This name, which translates from German to sense delete, only added to the game's eerie reputation. However, some skeptics have noted that the German phrase is awkwardly constructed, suggesting it might have been created by someone not entirely familiar with the language. Further complicating the legend is the figure of Stephen Roach, who in 2006 claimed to have been involved in the development of Polybius. According to Roach, the game was created by a small group of developers working for Sinneslotion, under contract with an unnamed American company. He asserted that the game was designed to be highly addictive, utilizing innovative graphics and sounds. However, after a young player suffered an epileptic seizure while playing, the game was swiftly removed from circulation and the project was abandoned. Despite Roach's detailed account, many inconsistencies and a lack of verifiable evidence have led to widespread skepticism about his claims. While most sources state that Polybius is simply an urban legend, some strongly believe that it was the CIA's first foray into using video games for data collection or for mind control purposes. Operation Mockingbird is one of the most controversial and widely debated CIA operations in American history. This program is often cited as a particularly egregious example of the government's intrusion into free press and manipulation of public opinion. Operation Mockingbird reportedly began in the late 1940s or early 1950s under the guidance of Frank Wisner, then head of the Office of Policy Coordination, OPC, a covert operations wing of the CIA. Wisner, along with prominent journalists like Philip Graham of the Washington Post, aimed to recruit and deploy journalists to disseminate pro-American and anti-communist narratives across media platforms globally. This was during a time when the U.S. government was deeply concerned about the spread of communism, and media was seen as a vital tool in shaping public perception. Wisner's strategy involved placing CIA operatives within major media organizations. These operatives, often seasoned journalists, were instructed to write articles that advanced U.S. governmental interests. The program also funneled financial resources to sympathetic media outlets, ensuring that the coverage remained favorable to U.S. policies. By the 1950s, it was alleged that the CIA had substantial influence over many of America's leading news outlets, including the New York Times, Newsweek, CBS, and more. The methods employed by Operation Mockingbird were as varied as they were extensive. Journalists were recruited with promises of financial incentives, career advancement, or, in some cases, through coercion. They produced content that aligned with the CIA's goals, without public knowledge of their ties to the agency. This manipulation was not limited to conventional media. Even academic journals were reportedly under the CIA's influence. In addition to domestic media manipulation, Operation Mockingbird expanded its reach to international audiences. The CIA funded or directly influenced foreign media outlets to propagate stories that supported U.S. policies and discredited communist ideologies. This global reach was crucial during the Cold War, as it allowed the U.S. to counter Soviet propaganda in various parts of the world. The secretive nature of Operation Mockingbird began to unravel in the 1960s and 1970s, particularly with the emergence of the anti-Vietnam War movement and the Watergate scandal. As the public grew increasingly skeptical of government transparency, investigative journalists and whistleblowers started to uncover the extent of the CIA's involvement in the media. The most significant exposures came from Carl Bernstein, a renowned journalist who in 1977 published an article in Rolling Stone titled "The CIA and the Media." Bernstein's piece alleged that the CIA had secretly bankrolled numerous journalists and media outlets to shape public perception. His investigation revealed that the agency's involvement in the media was far more extensive than previously thought. The Church Committee, a Senate committee led by Senator Frank Church, was established in 1975 to investigate abuses by U.S. intelligence agencies, including the CIA. The committee's findings confirmed many of the suspicions regarding Operation Mockingbird, though the full extent of the program remained obscured by classified information. The Church Committee's work led to greater public awareness of the government's clandestine operations and prompted calls for reform. Despite the revelations before the Church Committee, much about Operation Mockingbird remains a mystery. The CIA has never officially confirmed the existence of the program by that name, and many documents related to it remain classified or heavily redacted. However, the evidence that has emerged paints a troubling picture of governmental overreach into the allegedly free press. Bob Lazar is a name that has become synonymous with UFO conspiracy theories, particularly those involving the U.S. government's alleged secret research on extraterrestrial technology. His story, first brought to public attention in 1989, has captivated and polarized audiences for decades. Lazar claims to have worked as a physicist on reverse engineering alien spacecraft at a covert site known as S4, near the infamous Area 51. Despite the lack of tangible evidence to support many of his assertions, his narrative has been persistent, and in some cases, eerily consistent with later developments in the UFO disclosure landscape. Lazar first came into the spotlight in a 1989 interview with Las Vegas news reporter George Knapp, where he appeared under the pseudonym Dennis to protect his identity. He claimed that he was employed at a facility called S4, a subsidiary of Area 51, where he worked on alien spacecraft of extraterrestrial origin. According to Lazar, the U.S. government had 9 such craft in its possession, and his job was to reverse engineer their propulsion systems. Specifically, Lazar described a gravity propulsion system powered by a then unknown element, which he referred to as Element 115. This element, later known as moscovium, was synthesized in a Russian lab in 2003, though it does not exhibit the stable properties Lazar described for use in advanced propulsion systems. Notably, while some Lazar supporters indicate his, quote, prediction of this element is significant, the periodic table had already indicated that element 115 would exist. Lazar also detailed the layout of the S4 facility, describing hangars built into the side of a mountain and advanced biometric security measures, including a hand scanner that measured bone density to confirm identity. Interestingly, this type of scanner was later revealed to have been in use at other top-secret military facilities, lending some credibility to this part of his story. Central to Lazar's claims is the description of the propulsion system used by the alien craft. He explained that the craft was powered by a reactor using element 115, which generated a gravitational field that could be manipulated to allow the craft to move through space without the effects of inertia. According to Lazar, this technology enabled the craft to warp space-time, effectively allowing for faster-than-light travel. Lazar's depiction of the craft's operation, where it would orient its belly towards its destination before accelerating, was initially dismissed as pure science fiction. However, decades later, footage released by the U.S. Department of Defense showed unidentified aerial phenomena exhibiting similar flight characteristics. Believers in Lazar take this as proof that this matches with Lazar's earlier descriptions. Another notable aspect of Lazar's story is his claim to have seen briefing documents detailing historical interactions between Earth and extraterrestrial civilizations. These documents allegedly describe the involvement of a species of gray aliens from the Zeta Reticuli star system, a narrative that has become a cornerstone of many modern UFO conspiracy theories. While Lazar's story has intrigued many, it has also been the subject of intense scrutiny and skepticism. One of the most significant points of contention is Lazar's educational background. Lazar claims to have obtained degrees from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and the California Institute of Technology, yet no records exist to verify his attendance at either institution. Additionally, his employment at the Los Alamos National Laboratory, which he cites as a credential supporting his work on the S4 project, has similarly been disputed. Los Alamos initially denied he ever worked there at all. However, it was later revealed that he did work there in the capacity as a contractor for a private company. Critics have pointed out that the absence of these records is highly suspicious and undermines his credibility. Lazar, however, maintains that the government has erased his records as part of a cover-up, a claim that is both extraordinary and difficult to prove or disprove. Despite the controversies surrounding him, Bob Lazar's story has had a lasting impact on the public's perception of UFOs and government secrecy. His claims brought unprecedented attention to Area 51, transforming it from an obscure military installation into a focal point for UFO enthusiasts and the general public worldwide. In recent years, there has been a resurgence of interest in Lazar's claims, particularly in the context of the U.S. government's own admissions regarding the study of UFOs. While these admissions do not confirm Lazar's story, they have sparked renewed debate about the possibility that elements of his narrative could be based on truth. Notably, there are additional conspiracy theories about Bob Lazar, which assert that he may not be who he claims or appears to be. Some conspiracy theorists argue that he might be a disinformation agent. This theory suggests that Lazar was intentionally provided with a mixture of true and false information by the government to muddy the waters around UFO phenomena. By making outlandish claims that could be easily discredited, Lazar would help discredit genuine UFO research and reports. According to this theory, the purpose of this was thereby to divert public attention from any real extraterrestrial research being conducted by the government. Another theory is that he leaked a mixture of true and false information to Knapp as a disinformation campaign not aimed at Americans, but rather as disinformation aimed at the Soviets. Under this theory, Lazar and Knapp were part of a psyop conducted against the Soviets. Further, the reemergence of Bob Lazar in recent years on Joe Rogan's podcast is thought to potentially be a psyop targeting both Russia and China. Predictive programming is a concept discussed among conspiracy theorists, positing that events, particularly catastrophic or politically significant ones, are deliberately foreshadowed. This foreshadowing occurs in popular culture, movies, television shows, books, and other forms of media. These elites are believed to use this technique to subtly prepare the public for the acceptance of these events when they eventually occur. The theory is built on the idea that by exposing people to a concept or event in a fictional context, they become desensitized or conditioned to accept it when it manifests in reality. One of the most frequently cited examples of predictive programming involves the 9/11 attacks. Proponents of the theory argue that various films, television shows, and other media produced before the attacks included imagery or themes that eerily mirrored the actual events. For instance, the 1998 film The Siege depicted a scenario in which New York City was attacked, leading to martial law. Some conspiracy theorists claim this was a direct precursor to the real-life attacks on the World Trade Center and the subsequent response by the U.S. government. Similarly, a 1997 episode of The Simpsons featured a scene showing a magazine cover with the number 9 next to an image of the Twin Towers, which some believe was not an accident. The concept of predictive programming also ties into broader conspiracy theories about control and manipulation by powerful groups, such as the Illuminati or the New World Order. These theories posit that a small, secretive group of elites orchestrates global events to maintain their power and advance their agenda, often through subtle forms of psychological manipulation. The theory of predictive programming often hinges on the interpretation of symbolic content in media. For example, symbols such as the all-seeing eye or pyramids are frequently cited by conspiracy theorists as evidence of hidden messages intended to influence or condition the public. Critics of predictive programming argue that this theory is a classic example of confirmation bias and illusory pattern perception. The latter is a concept where individuals see connections and patterns in unrelated events because they are looking for them. They point out that in a world with thousands of movies, TV shows, and other forms of media, it is statistically inevitable that some events depicted in fiction will resemble real-life occurrences purely by chance. Black helicopters. This theory posits that unmarked, often completely black, helicopters are being deployed by secretive government agencies, possibly in coordination with international organizations. The purpose of these helicopters is said to be to surveil, control, and potentially subjugate the population. The first sightings of black helicopters date back to the 1970s, a period characterized by widespread distrust of the U.S. government. These initial reports often linked the helicopters to incidents of cattle mutilations and UFO sightings, particularly in rural areas. Witnesses claimed to have seen these helicopters hovering ominously over farmlands, often at low altitudes, sometimes with armed men aboard who appeared to be conducting surveillance. Some suggested that the helicopters were part of secret military operations aimed at testing new technologies or preparing for the enforcement of martial law. The idea that these helicopters were unmarked and flown by unidentified personnel only added to the mystery and fueled suspicions of government involvement in clandestine activities. The theory gained significant traction in the 1990s, thanks in large part to the work of Jim Keith, a prominent conspiracy theorist and author. In his influential book, Black Helicopters Over America, Keith argued that these helicopters were a key component of a broader plan by the U.S. government to establish a new world order. According to Keith, this body aimed to create a global government that would strip nations of their sovereignty and enforce its will through a network of secret operations. Keith and others like him believed that the helicopters were being used not only for surveillance, but also as a means of psychological warfare, intimidating the populace into submission. Some theorists even suggested that these helicopters were equipped with advanced technology capable of manipulating the weather or deploying chemical or biological agents. The black helicopters conspiracy theory quickly became a cultural phenomenon, influencing a wide range of media and popular culture. The image of the black helicopter has appeared in numerous films, television shows, and video games, often as a symbol of government secrecy and impending doom. Perhaps most notably in the X-Files, black helicopters are tools of the shadowy government conspiracies at the heart of the show. The Illuminati conspiracy theory is one of the most pervasive and persistent in the world today, characterized by its assertion that this secret society exerts control over global affairs. The term Illuminati originally referred to a historical group known as the Bavarian Illuminati, founded on May 1, 1776, by Adam Weishaupt in Ingolstadt, Bavaria, now part of Germany. This Enlightenment-era secret society aimed to promote reason, secularism, and Enlightenment ideals, opposing superstition, religious influence in public life, and abuses of state power. However, the society was short-lived, officially disbanded in the late 1780s after being outlawed by the Bavarian government. Despite its dissolution, the Illuminati has been linked to various conspiracy theories that allege the group never truly disbanded and instead went underground, continuing to operate in secret. These theories claim that the Illuminati has been behind many of the world's most significant political and social upheavals, including the French Revolution. Over time, the notion of the Illuminati evolved and became intertwined with the concept of the New World Order, a global plan orchestrated by a cabal to establish a world government. Proponents of this theory argue that the Illuminati is at the heart of this effort, manipulating world events, economies, and governments to achieve their goal of world domination. This belief has been fueled by the interpretation of various symbols, such as the Eye of Providence on the US dollar bill, which some conspiracy theorists claim is evidence of the Illuminati's influence. The Illuminati is often speculated to openly display their symbolism through pop culture, perhaps as a means of predictive programming, or perhaps as a means of mocking the masses openly. In the music industry, particularly in hip-hop culture, the Illuminati is frequently cited as a hidden force behind the success of certain artists. Certain figures have been repeatedly accused of being agents of the Illuminati, with conspiracy theorists pointing to their use of specific symbols, lyrics, and hand gestures. The Illuminati has also been presented as a sinister but all-powerful and elusive force in television, movies, and video games. The persistence of the Illuminati conspiracy theory is attributed by skeptics to its adaptability and the human tendency to find patterns and seek explanations for complex, often chaotic world events. However, believers point to indirect signs of the Illuminati's influence upon culture and society as evidence that such a group does exist. Notably, many conspiracy theorists believe that the Illuminati does exist, but that it is one of many elite secret societies competing for power in the shadows. Others believe that the Illuminati is simply a false entity created by real elite societies to deflect attention from them. Whether the Illuminati is a defunct group of Bavarian intellectuals, a world-controlling group, or something in between will continue to be a hot topic of debate. John Titor is a pseudonym used by an individual who appeared on various internet forums between 2000 and 2001, claiming to be a time traveler from the year 2036. John Titor first appeared on the Time Travel Institute forums and later on the Art Bell Show, a popular late-night radio program known for discussing paranormal topics. Using the handle Time Travel Zero before adopting the name John Titor, he posted detailed descriptions of his time machine. He claimed it was built by General Electric and was housed in a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette. He provided intricate schematics and answered questions about the mechanics of time travel, insisting that his mission was to retrieve an IBM 5100 computer from 1975. The purpose of this mission was said to be to combat a looming technological crisis in his future. According to Titor, the IBM was crucial because it possessed unique capabilities to debug and emulate code from older systems. According to the Titor lore, this was a feature that was not publicly known at the time, but later confirmed by IBM engineers. Titor claimed that his mission required this computer to fix a critical software issue expected to arise in the year 2038, similar to the Y2K bug. Titor's predictions included several catastrophic events which were to take place in the coming years, including a Second American Civil War starting in 2004, resulting in the U.S. splitting into 5 regions. A subsequent World War III in 2015, followed by a series of natural disasters and epidemics leading up to his timeline in 2036. He described a dystopian future where society had been ravaged by nuclear conflict and disease, and the survivors lived in a decentralized and agrarian society. Despite his detailed stories, Titor's predictions did not come true. There was no civil war in the U.S. in 2004, and the 2015 nuclear conflict never occurred. This naturally led to widespread skepticism about his claims. However, supporters proposed that Titor coming back altered the timeline and created a separate timeline where these events didn't happen. Critics noted similarities between Titor's narrative and various works of fiction, such as Back to the Future, pointing out that the concept of a time machine in a car echoed popular culture. The mystery deepened with the creation of the John Titor Foundation in 2003, which published a book compiling his posts. Investigations into the foundation revealed it was registered to Larry Haber, a Florida entertainment lawyer, and his brother Richard, a computer scientist. In 2018, Joseph Matheny, a multimedia artist known for creating one of the first alternate reality games called Ong's Hat, claimed that he had been consulted on the Titor story. He suggested it was a deliberate literary experiment, rather than a genuine account of time travel. The John Titor saga has continued to inspire numerous theories. Some believe he was indeed a time traveler whose actions altered the timeline, preventing the events he warned about. Others think he was part of an elaborate prank or a marketing campaign for a book or movie that never materialized. Despite Titor's claims having failed to materialize, the story has continued to captivate and capture the attention of conspiracy theorists. The Baltic Sea anomaly refers to a mysterious object discovered at the bottom of the Baltic Sea in 2011 by a Swedish treasure hunting team, Ocean X. The object resembles a massive, flattened dome sitting atop a pillar, including features that look like ramps, stairways, and other structures not found in natural geological formations. This sparked global interest and speculation about its origins. The discovery occurred on June 19, 2011, when sonar scans revealed an unusual 60-meter diameter circular formation resting at a depth of about 90 meters. The images showed a structure with apparent hard angles and symmetries uncommon in natural objects, leading to a flurry of theories about its origin. Suggestions ranged from a sunken UFO, an ancient monument, to remnants of a prehistoric civilization. OceanX's initial descriptions and released sonar images fueled speculation, with comparisons made to the fictional Millennium Falcon spacecraft from Star Wars. The team reported equipment malfunctions when near the anomaly, adding to the mystery and speculation about electromagnetic interference, further suggesting non-natural origins. Subsequent expeditions to the site attempted to clarify the nature of the object. Divers and remote-controlled submarines took samples and photographs. These investigations revealed that the anomaly sits on a rock formation covered in silt. The structure itself is composed of a type of basalt rock. Samples indicated no materials that would suggest an extraterrestrial or artificial origin. The supposed runways and stairs appear to be natural geological formations, possibly shaped by glacial and post-glacial processes. Scientific analysis leans towards the anomaly being a natural feature. Geologists suggest it might be a glacial deposit left behind by retreating glaciers from the last ice age. In 2019, an individual associated with OceanX indicated there was the possibility of a further expedition to the site of the anomaly. However, as of now, this has yet to happen. PSYOPs, short for psychological operations. This represents a form of psychological warfare intended to influence the perceptions, emotions, reasoning, and behaviors of individuals or groups. PSYOPs are not an individual conspiracy theory, but a mechanism theorized to be used in an illicit context by bad actors within the American or other governments against its own citizens. The concept of PSYOPs is not new. It has been utilized in various forms throughout history. From wartime propaganda to modern-day social media manipulation to everyday advertising, the goal remains consistent: to affect the psychological state of a target audience. For instance, during World War II, leaflets were dropped over enemy territories to demoralize troops, spread disinformation, and create confusion among the ranks. These methods were designed to weaken the enemy's resolve without direct combat, and thus make them more likely to desert their unit or to surrender. In the context of conspiracy theories, PSYOPs have taken on a more sinister role. Believers in these theories argue that governments, particularly that of the United States, use PSYOPs not just in foreign conflicts, but against their own populations. PSYOPs are openly conducted by most branches of the U.S. military. However, they are officially conducted only on foreign entities and not on American citizens or citizens of allied countries. The belief in governmental usage of PSYOPs against American citizens is rooted in a broader mistrust of government and authority. This has been exacerbated by confirmed historical instances of actual covert operations, such as MK-Ultra, a CIA program that experimented with mind control techniques on unwitting subjects. Conspiracy theories involving PSYOPs often suggest that major catastrophic events are orchestrated or manipulated by the government to achieve hidden agendas. These theories are typically categorized as false flag operations, where the true perpetrators of an event disguise themselves as another group to deceive the public and manipulate public opinion. Hey everyone, Jimmy here jumping in for a few seconds. If you're enjoying this video, please do me a huge favor and remember to click like and also hit the share button to send it to anyone who you think would enjoy it. Die Glocke, or the bell in English, is one of the most controversial topics surrounding Germany's secret projects during World War II. According to various sources, Die Glocke was purportedly a top secret scientific technological device developed by the Germans, characterized by its bell like shape and alleged anti gravitational effects. The legend of Die Glocke was first brought to mainstream attention by Polish journalist Igor Witkowski around the year 2000. The description of Die Glocke involves a device made from a hard, heavy metal, standing about 13 feet tall, with a bell-like shape. It allegedly utilized a pair of counter-rotating cylinders filled with a violet-colored substance known as Zerum 525, alongside another substance called Leichtmetall. The device was rumored to be capable of producing an anti-gravitational effect. The operational base for Die Glocke was said to be a facility called the Giant, located near the Czech border. Despite these detailed descriptions, the lack of physical evidence and reliable documentation has led many to question the veracity of these claims. These critiques suggest that the narrative of Die Glocke, while fascinating, is more likely a concoction of post-war conspiracy theories and sensationalism, rather than a historical fact. The narrative of Die Glocke does not exist in isolation. It was part of a larger pattern of post-war fascination with secret German projects and alleged wonder weapons. The secrecy surrounding actual advanced German technology lends significant credence to the theory. Further, there were legitimate earth-shattering breakthroughs that came out of such programs. These inventions include the V-2 rocket, the first jet plane, the first night vision equipment, and the first assault rifle. Further German propaganda during the war was keen to play up these significant innovations, and the Allies, upon defeating the Germans, had little incentive to downplay German capability. The Germans' pursuit of advanced and esoteric technologies, such as the purported Die Glocke, can potentially be attributed to two known quantities associated with them: their relentless quest for military superiority and their interest in applying the occult to science and engineering. The Third Reich was known for its fascination with the arcane and the potential of groundbreaking technologies to turn the tide of World War II in their favor. Projects like Die Glocke would align with the regime's ambitions to develop Wunderwaffen, or wonder weapons, that could potentially offer them a decisive advantage. This drive was fueled by a combination of desperation, the ideological belief in German supremacy, and the desire to achieve technological feats that would dominate their adversaries. Atomic weapons are fake. According to proponents of this theory, the narrative of the atomic bomb is a fabrication, designed to instill fear and justify government spending on alleged nuclear arsenals. The theory posits that the creation of nuclear weapons was a political tool rather than a scientific breakthrough. The existence of nuclear arsenals, the arms race, and the concept of mutually assured destruction are viewed by theorists as mechanisms for maintaining global power structures. The production and stockpiling of nuclear weapons, they argue, serve as justification for massive military budgets, which are actually funneled into the pockets of the elite. The theory questions the authenticity of the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the existence of nuclear weapons, and the various nuclear tests purportedly conducted over the decades. The origins of the atomic bomb hoax theory can be traced back to the skepticism and paranoia that arose during the Cold War. The secrecy surrounding nuclear programs and the devastating potential of nuclear weapons contributed to a fertile ground for conspiracy theories. These doubts were exacerbated by the government's tight control over information, leading some to speculate that nuclear weapons were nothing more than props in a psychological warfare campaign. One of the core elements of the theory is the claim that the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were either exaggerated or entirely fabricated. Some theorists argue that the destruction seen in Hiroshima and Nagasaki was the result of conventional bombings rather than nuclear explosions. They cite the absence of any surviving photographs or videos clearly showing the moment of detonation, as well as the rapid recovery of the cities, as evidence supporting their claims. Additionally, some theorists suggest that the iconic mushroom cloud images associated with atomic bombs could have been created using conventional explosives. Another critical aspect of the hoax theory revolves around the Trinity test, the first detonation of a nuclear weapon in July 1945 in New Mexico. Theorists claim that the test was staged, and the so-called nuclear explosion was actually a large conventional explosion. They argue that the secrecy surrounding the event, the controlled access to information, and the government's narrative are all indicative of a cover-up. The involvement of key figures such as J. Robert Oppenheimer and General Leslie Groves in the Manhattan Project is also seen as a calculated move to lend credibility to the hoax. Central to the atomic bomb hoax theory is the belief that governments, particularly the United States, have manipulated the media and public perception to maintain the illusion of nuclear weapons. The theory suggests that the media's portrayal of nuclear tests, such as those conducted at Bikini Atoll during Operation Crossroads, was carefully orchestrated. The footage of these tests, the theory claims, was either doctored or completely staged to convince the world of the bomb's existence and power. Additionally, the theory asserts that the scientific community has been complicit in the deception, either through direct involvement or by remaining silent. The fear of government retaliation or loss of funding is cited as reasons why scientists have not come forward to expose the alleged hoax. The anti-nuclear movement and other similar efforts are dismissed by theorists as controlled opposition meant to perpetuate the illusion of a global nuclear threat. Under this theory, the anti-nuclear movement simply exists to make atomic weaponry and nuclear power look more dangerous than it actually is. Notably, this is a theory which has been gaining in popularity in recent years. The phantom time conspiracy theory is a controversial hypothesis proposed by German historian Heribert Illig in 1991. Illig claimed that approximately 297 years of history, specifically the period between 614 and 911 AD, were fabricated. According to this theory, the Gregorian calendar was manipulated by Holy Roman Emperor Otto III and Pope Sylvester II. The purpose of this was to falsely place Otto's reign around the auspicious year 1000 AD. Illig's motivation stemmed from his skepticism towards historical records, believing that significant gaps and inaccuracies existed in the chronology of medieval Europe. He theorized that this period was invented to strengthen the political and religious power of the involved rulers. By creating a fabricated historical timeline, these leaders could consolidate their positions, align significant events with religious narratives, and bolster their legitimacy. Illig's primary claims include the fabrication of events and figures, such as the legendary Emperor Charlemagne, who he argued never existed. He suggested the introduction of falsified documents and the planting of fake archaeological evidence to support the invented timeline. Additionally, Illig pointed to discrepancies between the Julian and Gregorian calendars, suggesting the latter's adjustments concealed the added phantom years. Illig and his supporters point to several pieces of evidence they believe support their claims, including a lack of archaeological and historical records from the alleged phantom period. However, the phantom time hypothesis has faced substantial criticism from historians and scientists. Major counterarguments include extensive historical records from other regions and empires that align with the conventional timeline and contradict the notion of missing years. Astronomical data, such as solar eclipses and the appearances of Halley's Comet, have been accurately dated and do not support the existence of phantom years. Furthermore, archaeological dating methods, including radiocarbon dating and dendrochronology, have provided consistent timelines unaffected by phantom time. If the phantom time hypothesis were true, it would imply that significant historical events, including the Muslim conquest of Spain and the Viking raids on England, never occurred. This would require a massive and highly coordinated effort across multiple civilizations, which most scholars find exceedingly unlikely. Additionally, it would mean reevaluating a substantial portion of medieval history and the legitimacy of many historical figures and events. The vast body of evidence from various fields of study, including history, archaeology, and astronomy, supports the conventional timeline of historical events. The long-running television series, The X-Files, has been at the center of a unique conspiracy theory that its creators, particularly Chris Carter, had inside knowledge of government secrets. This theory suggests that the detailed and eerily prescient storylines in the series were not purely fictional, but rather based on classified information that had somehow leaked to the show's writers. The elements of government conspiracies, alien encounters, and shadowy operations depicted in the show have fueled speculation that The X-Files was more than just a work of fiction. One of the main arguments for this theory is the accuracy and depth of the conspiracies portrayed in The X-Files. The show introduced the Syndicate, a secretive group of high-ranking government officials and businessmen who conspire with alien entities. Through this conspiracy, they carry out covert operations, including genetic experimentation on humans. Further feeding into this theory is the show's exploration of real historical events with a conspiratorial twist. For instance, the show delves into Operation Paperclip, a real program in which the U.S. government recruited German scientists after World War II. Supporters of this theory argue that the full extent of Operation Paperclip was not widely known during the initial run of the show. The series portrays these scientists as continuing their gruesome experiments under U.S. government sponsorship, connecting this narrative to the broader alien conspiracy within the show. This blending of fact with fiction blurs the lines and makes it easy for viewers to believe that the X-Files might be revealing hidden truths. For example, the show's depiction of secret government experiments and the existence of alien technology closely mirrors contemporary conspiracy theories about UFOs. Further figures like the Smoking Man, who manipulates global events from behind the scenes, evoke the notion of real-life power brokers who allegedly control governments. Chris Carter, the show's creator, has been quoted as saying that much of the show's content was inspired by real events, rumors, and unconfirmed reports that he and his team found intriguing. Notably, this theory does not seem to have circulated until well after the 1990s. Contemporary people often forget that conspiracy theories had been widely spread through bulletin board systems as early as the 1980s. The writers of the X-Files had access to a virtually limitless treasure trove of conspiracy-related ideas and rumors at their fingertips. Hollow Earth. The Hollow Earth theory is an enduring concept that posits that our planet is not a solid mass, but contains substantial internal spaces or is entirely hollow. This idea, entwined with mythology, folklore, and speculative thought, has evolved over millennia from ancient beliefs to modern-day conspiracy theories. Ancient civilizations across the globe harbored notions of subterranean realms that intersected with their beliefs in the afterlife and origin stories. The Greeks, Egyptians, and Mesopotamians had myths of underworlds accessible through caves or tunnels, serving as gateways to worlds beneath the Earth's surface. The scientific flirtation with hollow Earth theory can be traced back to the late 17th century when English astronomer Edmund Halley put forth a hypothesis. He proposed that the Earth consists of concentric shells rotating independently, attempting to explain anomalies in magnetic readings. However, despite this still being relied upon today, this was simply a hypothesis based upon evidence at the time. The theory took on new dimensions when it was claimed that Admiral Richard Byrd encountered entrances to the inner Earth during polar expeditions. The hollow Earth theory appears to me to be scientifically impossible due to several factors. Geophysical evidence, such as seismic wave studies, clearly shows a solid and dynamic interior consisting of the crust, mantle, outer core, and inner core, each with distinct properties and compositions. Earth's gravitational field, generated by its massive, dense core, further contradicts the possibility of a hollow structure. Additionally, the planet's magnetic field, generated by the movement of molten iron in the outer core, would not exist in a hollow Earth. Modern proponents of the theory often speculate that alien beings inhabit this hollow Earth, influencing society from the shadows. Welcome to the Conspiracy Theory Iceberg, a series that takes you deep into a world where the line between fact and fiction blurs, and the truth is often stranger than fiction. Whether you're a skeptic or a believer, prepare to question everything you thought you knew. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe and share this video with your co-conspirators. The concept of reality being a simulation, often referred to as the simulation hypothesis, has garnered significant attention in both philosophical discourse and popular culture. This theory suggests that what we perceive as reality might in fact be an artificial simulation, possibly run by an advanced civilization. The notion is deeply rooted in both contemporary technology and long-standing philosophical inquiries about the nature of existence. One of the most prominent proponents of the simulation hypothesis is philosopher Nick Bostrom. In his seminal 2003 paper, Bostrom argues that at least one of the following propositions is likely true. 1. Civilizations like ours typically do not reach a level of technological maturity capable of creating simulated realities. 2. If they do reach such a level, they are unlikely to produce a significant number of simulations. Or 3. We are almost certainly living in a simulation. Bostrom's trilemma is predicated on the assumption that future civilizations, with vastly superior computing power, might run numerous simulations of their ancestors, thus making it statistically probable that we are among those simulations rather than the original beings. Another related concept is that of hyperreality, introduced by the philosopher Jean Baudrillard. Hyperreality refers to a condition in which the distinction between reality and simulation blurs, leading to a situation where simulated experiences are perceived as more real than reality itself. This concept is crucial in understanding the cultural implications of the simulation hypothesis, as it suggests that in a hyper-real world, the lines between the real and the simulated are not just blurred, but may be entirely erased. Baudrillard's theory implies that in such a world, people might not only live in a simulation, but also prefer the simulated experiences over real ones, finding fulfillment in artificial constructs. The simulation hypothesis also finds parallels in the experience machine thought experiment proposed by philosopher Robert Nozick. Nozick's scenario asks whether people would choose to plug into a machine that could provide them with any experience they desired, indistinguishable from reality. This thought experiment resonates with modern-day concerns about virtual reality and its potential to replace actual experiences with digital ones. The possibility that we might already be living in a simulation has profound implications for our understanding of existence, morality, and the future of humanity. If our reality is indeed a simulation, questions arise about the nature of our creators, their intentions, and the ethical considerations of creating simulated beings capable of suffering and joy. The conspiracy theory that the idea of reality being a simulation is being actively suppressed by elites has gained traction in some circles. Proponents of this theory argue that powerful individuals and organizations have a vested interest in keeping the general public unaware of the true nature of reality. They suggest that revealing the possibility that we live in a simulation could undermine the current social order, destabilize religious beliefs, and challenge the authority of those in power. One argument supporting this conspiracy is the notion that elites fear the loss of control. If people were to widely accept that reality is a simulation, it could lead to existential crises and a questioning of the systems of governance, economics, and religion. This theory posits that the elites use their influence over media, education, and technology to suppress or discredit discussions about the simulation hypothesis. By controlling the narrative, they can prevent people from exploring ideas that might lead to social upheaval. Another aspect of the conspiracy centers around the idea that technological advancements, which could potentially expose the simulation, are being deliberately limited or misdirected. According to this line of thought, breakthroughs in quantum computing, artificial intelligence, or other fields that might reveal the true nature of reality are either being slowed down or used to reinforce the illusion. This control over technological progress is seen as a way to keep humanity trapped within the simulation without realizing it. Furthermore, the theory suggests that when individuals or groups begin to approach the truth, they are met with censorship, ridicule, or even threats. This, proponents argue, is evidence of a coordinated effort to keep the masses ignorant of their simulated existence. However, there's also the conspiracy theory that the simulation hypothesis is a psyop designed to demoralize the populace. This theory is rooted in the belief that this idea is being deliberately propagated to create a sense of hopelessness and existential dread. Proponents of this theory argue that promoting the notion that reality itself may be an artificial construct potentially benefits those wishing to maintain the status quo. Thus, if the populace are demoralized, this makes them easier to control and thus easier to rule. Also, if you're a fan of the work of Nick Bostrom, his ideas will be making another appearance later in this video, so stay tuned. The conspiracy theory around the term conspiracy theorist. The term conspiracy theory is relatively recent, first appearing in its modern sense around the mid-20th century. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, the phrase was first used during the 20th century to describe unverified theories that attribute significant events to secret plots by powerful entities. The term gained particular prominence during the Cold War, a period marked by intense suspicion and speculation, as well as outright paranoia. Scholars suggest that the widespread usage of the term conspiracy theory began to increase following the demise of President John F. Kennedy in 1963. As various alternative explanations for the events surrounding JFK emerged, the media and official narratives sought to discredit these accounts by labeling them as conspiracy theories. A significant and often cited point in the history of the term conspiracy theory involves the CIA. Some researchers and theorists claim that the CIA deliberately popularized the term in the 1960s to discredit and undermine critics of the Warren Commission's findings. These critics, who questioned the lone gunman theory, were labeled as fringe conspiracy theorists, a term that increasingly carried a pejorative connotation. This CIA initiative is often linked to a memo known as CIA Document 1035-960, which outlined strategies for countering conspiracy theories by associating them with irrationality and paranoia. The document recommended using the term conspiracy theory to discredit critics by questioning their motives and character, thereby shifting the focus from the content of their arguments to their credibility. This strategy appears to have been effective, as the term soon became a rhetorical tool used to marginalize dissent and reinforce official narratives. Notably, despite the CIA document being readily available and for you to see on the screen at the moment, many official sources claim that this is a quote-unquote alleged document. Further, while other sources acknowledge the existence of the document, they claim that there is no proof that the CIA actually took steps to implement this plan. However, this ignores the fact that this was during the time which Operation Mockingbird was in full effect, and thus there was a clear vector for the spread of the term. The pejorative use of conspiracy theory has been explored extensively in academic literature in recent years, given the power infused in the term by the CIA. Scholars argue that labeling an idea as a conspiracy theory often serves to delegitimize it without engaging with the substantive evidence or arguments presented. This dismissive attitude suggests that conspiracy theories are not just incorrect or unfounded, but inherently irrational, the product of a disturbed or paranoid mind. Further critics of the CIA's formulation of this term note that it's universally accepted that secretive actions have repeatedly and consistently been taken by those in power throughout history. Further yet, certain proven conspiracies which were once dismissed under the conspiracy theory label were proven to be true beyond a shadow of a doubt. One needs only to look at the Watergate scandal or MK Ultra for such cases that were immediately dismissed as being, quote, conspiracy theories. The term conspiracy theory may be one that the glowies thought up to discredit people who don't take information at face value and question official narratives. However, the phrase has since been reappropriated by the same people the CIA had once sought to delegitimize and discredit. Today, many conspiracy theorists wear the term as a badge of pride rather than as a scarlet letter. The nobody. Unlike many conspiracy theories that focus on specific events or figures, the nobody theory is centered around a mysterious, nameless individual referred to as the nobody. According to the theory, the nobody is an enlightened being who possesses deep, almost godlike wisdom and is aware of the true nature of reality. He is believed to be working behind the scenes to bring about significant changes in the world, although his exact motivations and methods are deliberately obscured. Proponents suggest that the nobody could be absolutely anyone, and theories suggest this figure is much more likely to be the individual you would least expect than otherwise. This figure is seen as both a savior and a disruptor, someone who will challenge the existing power structures, but also possess a moral compass that is beyond human understanding. One of the key reasons for the appeal of the nobody conspiracy theory lies in its open-ended nature. Unlike more rigid conspiracy theories, which tend to provide a clear narrative with identifiable villains and heroes, the nobody theory is vague and flexible. The anonymity and ambiguity of the nobody potentially resonates with the anonymous culture of the site and the board, where anonymity is a core principle. The structure of the theory relies heavily on cryptic posts and discussions, often laden with references to philosophy, esotericism, and occultism. The theory's roots also mean that it is often presented with a mix of irony and sincerity, making it difficult to discern whether proponents truly believe in the theory or are engaging in a form of modern myth-making. The nobody theory remains largely unknown outside the X-board at present. Mike Baker, a quote-unquote former CIA covert operations officer, has gained significant attention as the most common recurring guest on the Joe Rogan Experience. For those unaware, this podcast is thought to be the largest and most influential podcast in the world by a substantial margin. As of my recording this, he has been on the podcast a total of 19 times, including in a podcast released earlier this week. Over numerous appearances, Baker has shared his insights on global security, intelligence operations, and geopolitical events. The regularity of his appearances have also sparked significant debate as to what exactly his role is. On Joe Rogan's podcast, Baker often discusses sensitive topics, such as espionage, data privacy, and international conflicts, through the lens of his CIA experience. His straightforward manner and apparent deep knowledge of these subjects have earned him the ability to present as a credible expert. Conspiracy theorists argue that Baker's appearances on the Joe Rogan Experience serve a dual purpose. First, to legitimize his role as an authority on global affairs, and second, and more importantly, to subtly propagate the CIA's viewpoints on various issues to millions of listeners worldwide. His critics note that Baker appears to maintain an open mind about conspiracy theories, and may admit some elements of some theories are plausible. However, despite this, his critics note that he virtually always comes back to repeating the official stance on issues affected by conspiracy theories. Second, there is the theory that Mike Baker, while presenting himself as, quote, formerly of the CIA, is in fact still an active agent on a clandestine basis. In this role, it is theorized that Baker has been assigned as Joe Rogan's handler. This theory suggests he exerts both overt and subtle influence over Rogan to shape the content and direction of his podcast. While this theory remains speculative and lacks concrete evidence, it persists among those who believe that once you're glowing, you always glow. The Lesser Key of Solomon is a highly influential grimoire on demonology and the occult, compiled in the mid-17th century from various sources dating back at least several centuries earlier. This text, attributed to King Solomon, is a seminal work in Western esotericism and is primarily concerned with the summoning and control of spirits, both demonic and angelic. The Lesser Key of Solomon is rooted in a complex tradition of medieval and Renaissance magic, and possibly even magical traditions stretching back to antiquity. While it is traditionally attributed to King Solomon, further additions were noted to have been made through incorporation of earlier grimoires, mysticism, demonology, and astrology. The Lesser Key of Solomon is divided into 5 distinct books, each dealing with different aspects of magic and spirit conjuration. The first and most well-known section, Ars Goetia, details the 72 demons that King Solomon supposedly bound and controlled. This section provides descriptions of each demon, their powers, their ranks, and how they can be summoned. The demons listed include well-known figures like Baal, Paimon, and Asmodeus. The Ars Theurgia Goetia deals with a different class of spirits, known as aerial spirits, and details complex rituals for summoning and controlling them. Unlike the demons of the Ars Goetia, these spirits are more ambiguous and are not necessarily evil. The spirits in this section are tied to specific directions on the compass, with various emperors, dukes, and princes ruling over them. The Ars Paulina is divided into 2 distinct parts. The first part deals with the 24 angels of the hours of the day, while the second part addresses the angels ruling over the degrees of the zodiac. It claims to be based on the teachings of Paul the Apostle and esoteric traditions developed by his followers in the millennia that followed. The Ars Almadel focuses on the summoning of angelic beings associated with specific regions of the heavens. This book also describes the creation of a magical wax tablet, known as the Almadel, which is used to communicate with these angels. The final section, the Ars Notoria, is a collection of prayers and meditations designed to enhance the magician's memory and understanding. Unlike the other books, which focus on the summoning of spirits, the Ars Notoria is more concerned with the development of the practitioner's intellectual and spiritual abilities. Notably, this section has been omitted from many collections of this grimoire, which some conspiracy theorists speculate indicates a special power associated with this esoteric knowledge. The Lesser Key of Solomon has had a profound impact on the development of Western esotericism. It was notably edited and published by Aleister Crowley in the early 20th century. His edition, known as the Goetia, the Lesser Key of Solomon the King, helped to popularize the text among modern occultists and brought it to a wider audience. Crowley added his interpretations and modifications to the text, blending it with his own theories of magic and psychology. Suppression of esoteric knowledge. The idea that esoteric knowledge is actively suppressed by powerful entities forms a cornerstone of numerous conspiracy theories. Proponents of this belief argue that hidden truths, ranging from spiritual and mystical wisdom to advanced scientific and technological knowledge, are deliberately kept from the public. This is generally purported to be for the purposes of maintaining control over both individuals and over societal structures generally. Esoteric knowledge, by its very definition, refers to information that is intended to be accessible only to a select group of individuals. Historically, this type of knowledge has been associated with secret societies, such as the Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, and other secret societies. These groups are often depicted as custodians of ancient wisdom, which they purportedly safeguard from the general populace. The term esoteric itself is rooted in a Greek word that means belonging to an inner circle, and originally referred to teachings meant only for a limited audience. Over centuries, this concept evolved to encompass a wide range of spiritual, philosophical, and occult traditions that lie outside mainstream religious practices. The narrative of esoteric knowledge being suppressed can be traced back to the tension between institutionalized religion and alternative spiritualities, particularly during the Enlightenment and Renaissance periods. During these times, Western esotericism began to crystallize as a distinct field of thought that was often at odds with Christian orthodoxies. The Rosicrucians, for example, emerged in the early 17th century with a promise of hidden wisdom that could transform society, yet their teachings were seen as heretical and dangerous. This tension between mainstream religious or scientific thought and esoteric traditions created fertile ground for conspiracy theories. Theories often suggest that religious authorities, governments, and later scientific establishments have systematically suppressed esoteric teachings to prevent the masses from accessing powerful knowledge. In contemporary conspiracy culture, the notion of suppressed esoteric knowledge often centers on secret societies like the Illuminati. These secret societies are speculated to hoard advanced knowledge in areas ranging from science and technology to the manipulation of human consciousness. The belief is that this knowledge could revolutionize humanity's understanding of the universe and ourselves, but would also destabilize the control that these secretive groups have over the global population. Beyond the spiritual and mystical realms, conspiracy theories also assert that revolutionary scientific discoveries and technological advancements have been deliberately kept secret. This idea is often tied to the suppression of technologies such as free energy devices. The free energy suppression theory suggests that devices like perpetual motion machines or advanced propulsion systems have been developed but are concealed to maintain the status quo. The belief that esoteric knowledge is suppressed by powerful elites is a deeply ingrained element of many conspiracy theories. Terry Davis and Temple OS. Temple OS is an operating system that stands out not just for its unique technical aspects, but also for its creator, Terry Davis. Davis was a highly talented yet deeply troubled programmer who developed Temple OS single-handedly over the span of a decade. Terry Davis was born on December 15, 1969, in West Allis, Wisconsin. He showed an early aptitude for computers and programming as a teenager. Davis pursued a degree in electrical engineering at Arizona State University and worked for several years as a programmer in Silicon Valley. However, his promising career was derailed in the mid 1990s when he began to experience symptoms of mental illness, eventually being diagnosed with schizophrenia in 1996. In 2003, Davis started working on what would become Temple OS. He believed he was receiving direct instructions from God to build an operating system that would be a modern-day Third Temple, a place where people could commune with the divine. Davis envisioned Temple OS as a tool for this sacred purpose, incorporating numerous biblical references and elements. The operating system was initially known as J Operating System, then Lose Those, and later Sparrow OS, before finally being named Temple OS in 2013. Temple OS is distinctive for its use of a programming language created by Davis called Holy C. Also, quick interjection here. Holy C for a programming language and a Christian-themed operating system is one of the most brilliant puns I've ever heard. This language, along with the operating system, reflects Davis's profound technical skills and his unconventional approach to software development. The system features a 640 by 480 resolution with 16 colors, which Davis claimed were specified by God. Temple OS includes a variety of programs, such as games and a flight simulator, all inspired by biblical themes. Throughout the development of Temple OS, Davis struggled immensely with his mental health. His schizophrenia led to numerous hospitalizations and episodes of psychosis. Davis's online presence often reflected his troubled state of mind, with many of his communications being incoherent or marked by paranoia and conspiracy theories. Despite these challenges, when discussing technical topics, Davis often remained lucid and displayed remarkable insight and expertise, despite losing touch with reality more generally. Temple OS received a mix of curiosity and admiration from the tech community. Some praised the operating system as a testament to Davis's dedication and technical prowess, while others viewed it as a fascinating, albeit impractical, curiosity. Further in general culture, his coinage of the term glowy for government agents has come to be widely understood to refer to federal agents. Terry Davis's life came to a tragic end on August 11, 2018, when he was struck and killed by a train. The tale of the man from Taured takes place in July 1954 at Tokyo's Haneda Airport, where a man allegedly arrived with a passport from a country named Taured. For those not incredibly familiar with the geography of the 1950s, this is a nation that does not exist on any known map and never has at any point. The mysterious man claimed that Taured was located between France and Spain, precisely where Andorra is situated. Despite this assertion, when he was shown a map, he became agitated, insisting that his country had existed for over 1,000 years. The man also carried documentation, including a passport and currency, that supported his claims of being from Taured, all of which puzzled the Japanese authorities. They detained him in a hotel room under guard while they conducted further investigations. However, the next morning, the man had vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of how he might have escaped, especially given that the room had no balcony and was several floors up. Some suggest that the man was a traveler from a parallel dimension where Taured is a real country, and that he somehow crossed over into our reality before slipping back into his own. Despite the mysterious allure of the story, many researchers believe it may be rooted in a much more mundane event involving a man named John Allen Kuchar Zegras. In 1960, Zegras was arrested in Japan after presenting a forged passport from a fictional country called Taured. His passport was written in an unknown language, and Zegras claimed to be an intelligence agent, traveling on orders from an Arab-related organization. The story of the man from Taured may have emerged from this real incident, later morphing into the legend it is today due to the power of retelling and the human tendency to add layers of mystery to events. In 1946, a series of mysterious aerial phenomena known as the ghost rockets were reported predominantly over Sweden. The first reports emerged in February 1946 from Finland and soon spread to Sweden and Norway. The sightings described elongated rocket-like objects, sometimes leaving behind trails of smoke, and occasionally exhibiting erratic movements or crashing into lakes. By the end of 1946, over 2,000 sightings had been recorded, with a peak occurring in mid-August during the Perseid meteor shower. Initially, many speculated that the ghost rockets were Soviet tests of captured German V-2 rocket technology. This theory was fueled by the geopolitical tension of the time, and the fact that the Soviets had taken over the Peenemünde rocket base in Germany. However, historical records released after the Soviet Union's dissolution indicated that no V-2 launches were conducted by the Soviets in 1946, likely debunking this theory. The Swedish military took the sightings seriously, launching investigations and even employing radar tracking to determine the object's origins. Despite extensive efforts, including naval searches of lakes where the objects reportedly crashed, no conclusive evidence was found. One notable investigation involved a search in Lake Kolmjärva, where divers discovered a crater but no remnants of a rocket. Theories about the nature of the ghost rockets abound. Some scientists, such as those from the Swedish Nobel laureate Dr. Manne Siegbahn, suggested that many of the sightings could be explained by natural phenomena like meteors. This theory gained traction, particularly since the peak of the sightings coincided with a major meteor shower. Nonetheless, the persistence and detailed nature of many reports kept the mystery alive. There were also claims of extraterrestrial origins. A declassified U.S. Air Force document from 1948 revealed that some military officials believed the ghost rockets could be evidence of a technology far beyond what was known on Earth at the time. This document mentioned an incident where a UFO was observed over Newbyberg Air Base for about 30 minutes, adding to the speculative and mysterious nature of the phenomena. The ghost rockets were not confined to Scandinavia. Similar objects were reported in Greece, Portugal, Belgium, and northern Italy, leading to further international investigations. In Greece, a research team concluded that the objects were not missiles, but was stopped from further inquiry by higher authorities, allegedly due to the involvement of foreign officials. Despite numerous theories and extensive investigations, the ghost rockets remain unexplained. The phenomenon gradually faded from the headlines as newer UFO sightings, and the Roswell incident ended up overshadowing this event soon after. Last Thursdayism is a philosophical hypothesis that postulates the universe was created last Thursday, complete with all memories, historical records, fossils, and signs of age. Despite its seemingly absurd premise, Last Thursdayism serves as a provocative commentary on the nature of evidence, belief, and the limits of scientific inquiry. The concept of Last Thursdayism is closely related to the omphalos hypothesis, proposed by Philip Henry Gosse in 1857. He argued that God created the earth with the appearance of age as a means to test the faith of individuals. For example, Adam would have been created with a navel, trees with rings, and rocks with fossils, all of which imply a history that never actually occurred. This theory was intended to reconcile the biblical account of creation with then significantly expanding geological evidence of an ancient earth. However, it was criticized by both theologians and scientists for suggesting that God would create a world filled with false evidence, effectively making him a deceiver. The idea of last Thursdayism takes Gauss's hypothesis to an extreme, proposing that the entire universe, along with all its apparent history, could have been created last Thursday. This idea highlights the challenge of disproving such claims, since any evidence against it could be dismissed as part of the created illusion. At its core, last Thursdayism questions the reliability of memory and evidence. It shares conceptual space with other skeptical hypotheses, such as Bertrand Russell's 5-minute hypothesis. Russell suggested that the universe could have been created 5 minutes ago, with all memories and records intact, and there would be no way to disprove it. Similarly, last Thursdayism posits that we could all be living in a universe that was created just last Thursday, with our memories of a longer past being fabricated as part of that creation. This leads to the broader philosophical question of solipsism and extreme versions of skepticism. If all our perceptions, memories, and evidence can be fabricated, how can we know anything for certain? In 1968, during the height of the Cold War, the Soviet submarine K-129 embarked on a mission that would lead to one of the most intriguing maritime mysteries of the era. K-129 was a Golf II-class ballistic missile submarine, equipped with 3 ballistic missiles and powered by diesel-electric engines. It belonged to the Soviet Pacific Fleet and was stationed at the Rybachi Naval Base on the Kamchatka Peninsula. K-129 left its base in February 1968 for a routine patrol mission in the Pacific Ocean. However, the submarine never completed its mission and was declared missing in March 1968. The exact reasons behind its sinking remain undisclosed by both Soviet and American sources, contributing to the enigma surrounding its disappearance. The Soviets launched an extensive search, but failed to locate the submarine due to the lack of advanced underwater detection technology. Unbeknownst to the Soviets, the U.S. had identified the location of K-129 using underwater sonar technology from the Sound Surveillance System, better known as SOSUS. The wreck was found approximately 1,600 miles northwest of Hawaii at a depth of around 16,000 feet. This discovery presented the U.S. with a significant intelligence-gathering opportunity, given the submarine's nuclear capabilities and cryptographic equipment. The CIA then embarked on a top-secret mission to recover the submarine, codenamed Project Azorian. To achieve this, the CIA contracted Global Marine Development, Inc. to design and build a specialized ship, the Hughes Glomar Explorer. The vessel was ostensibly constructed for deep-sea mining. A cover story was invented utilizing billionaire Howard Hughes, who lent his name to the project despite having no direct involvement. In July 1974, the Hughes Glomar Explorer arrived at the recovery site and began the clandestine operation to lift K-129 from the ocean floor. The ship employed a large mechanical claw designed to grasp and lift the submarine. However, during the recovery, a part of the submarine broke off and sank back to the ocean floor. Despite this setback, the crew managed to recover a portion of the submarine, which included the remains of 6 Soviet sailors. These sailors were given a proper burial at sea, and the event was later documented and presented to the Russian government in 1992. The operation remained a closely guarded secret until February 1975, when the Los Angeles Times exposed Project Azorian, revealing details of the CIA's mission. This disclosure caused a significant stir, and subsequent attempts to recover the remaining parts of K-129 were abandoned to avoid escalating tensions with the Soviet Union. Project Azorian stands out as a remarkable example of Cold War ingenuity and the lengths to which intelligence agencies would go to gain an advantage over their adversaries. Over the years, various theories and conspiracy theories have emerged regarding the cause of K-129's sinking. Some suggest it was due to a mechanical failure or an onboard explosion. Others speculate about a possible collision with a U.S. submarine, although there is no concrete evidence to support this claim. Others suggest that it was intentionally targeted by the Americans and that Project Azorian was already planned in advance. Paul Vigay, born in October 1964 in Croydon, was a British computer consultant known for his expertise in computer software and his contributions to the study of UFOs and crop circles. His career in computing began early, with a keen interest sparked during his school years when he used early computers. He would go on to make a variety of contributions towards the development of RISC OS, a lesser known but still quite widely used operating system. Vigay's fascination with the unexplained extended beyond his computing endeavors. He was deeply involved in UFO research and became a prominent figure in the crop circle community from the early 1990s. His research contributed to the 2002 film Signs, as well as numerous documentaries. Vigay's work in this field earned him a reputation as a leading expert, blending his technical skills with a passion for the paranormal. On February 20th, 2009, Vigay's body was found off Portsmouth Beach, leading to widespread shock in the UFO community, as well as significant speculation. The previous night, he had been reported missing after a series of emotional events involving his girlfriend, Andrea Smith. The couple had recently broken up, and Vigay left a note saying, "I love you," along with his passwords. Despite this, the coroner ruled the circumstances of his passing a mystery, citing a lack of evidence to determine whether it was an accident or intentional. This ruling left many questions unanswered, particularly given the absence of a note, significant alcohol or substance consumption, or any signs of a struggle. Speculation about the true nature of Vigay's demise continues to this day. Some theories suggest he may have been overwhelmed by personal and financial pressures. Others point to the possibility of foul play, given his involvement in controversial fields of study. However, no definitive evidence has emerged to support any single theory, and the mystery remains a topic of intrigue within the communities he was part of. An info hazard, or information hazard, is a concept that refers to the risk that arises from the dissemination of true information. The idea challenges the commonly held belief in the inherent value of free and open information sharing by suggesting that some types of information can be so dangerous that their dissemination should be restricted. Much like the simulation hypothesis in its most fleshed out form, the term info hazard was first coined by philosopher Nick Bostrom. Bostrom defines an info hazard as, quote, "a risk that arises from the dissemination of true information that may cause harm or enable some agent to cause harm." Unlike misinformation or disinformation, which involve false or misleading information, an info hazard involves true information that, if widely known, could result in significant negative consequences. This concept is deeply intertwined with concerns about information sensitivity and the potential consequences of knowledge that might be too dangerous for the general public. Bostrom categorizes info hazards into several types, each posing unique risks. The two primary categories are adversarial hazards and inadvertent hazards. Adversarial hazards occur when information is intentionally used by bad actors to cause harm. For instance, the publication of detailed instructions for creating a thermonuclear weapon would be considered an adversarial hazard. The knowledge itself is not inherently harmful, but in the hands of someone with malicious intent, it could lead to catastrophic outcomes. Inadvertent hazards involve situations where harm results not from malicious intent, but from the unintended consequences of possessing certain information. For example, knowledge of certain medical information might lead to widespread panic or harmful behaviors if misunderstood or misapplied by the general public. Within these broad categories, Bostrom identifies several subtypes, including data hazards such as the DNA sequence of an infectious disease, idea hazards, which are concepts that could be harmful if actualized, such as the theoretical underpinnings of a novel weapon, and quote, knowing too much hazards, which are situations where simply possessing certain knowledge could put an individual at risk, such as a whistleblower in possession of classified information. The concept of info hazards raises significant ethical and practical questions, particularly regarding the balance between freedom of information and the potential need to suppress dangerous knowledge. In democratic societies, the principle of freedom of information is held as a fundamental right. However, the existence of info hazards, if accepted as a concept, suggests that there may be cases where it is ethical or even necessary to limit access to certain information to prevent harm. One of the main ethical dilemmas involves determining who should have the authority to classify information as hazardous and decide whether to restrict its dissemination. This power, if misused, could lead to censorship or the suppression of information that is vital for public discourse and progress. For instance, during a health crisis, the withholding of critical information about a disease could prevent panic, but also hinder effective public response and transparency. Moreover, the challenge of controlling info hazards is compounded by the global and decentralized nature of information in the digital age. The Internet allows for the rapid and widespread dissemination of information, making it difficult to contain once it is released. This raises concerns about how to effectively manage and mitigate info hazards without infringing on personal freedoms and the free exchange of ideas. The notion that info hazards could be a psyop suggests that the concept itself could be used to manipulate or control public perception and behavior. From this perspective, the concept of info hazards might be leveraged to justify the suppression of information by framing it as too dangerous for public consumption. By labeling certain types of knowledge as info hazards, authorities could potentially control the narrative and prevent the dissemination of information that might challenge their power or provoke dissent. This could be seen as a means of stifling freedom of speech and suppressing dissent under the guise of protecting public safety. In this formulation, info hazards are simply another way for the powers that be to maintain the status quo and control the narrative. The danger of the concept of info hazards should be readily apparent. To take a widely known example, during the American Revolutionary period, the ideas espoused by the revolutionaries would have likely been classified as info hazards by the British government. Ideas such as independence, self-governance, and the rejection of monarchical authority were seen as an obscenity. These ideas posed a significant threat to British control over the American colonies and had the potential to inspire rebellion, not only in America, but also in other parts of the British Empire. The British Crown would have viewed these revolutionary concepts as dangerous knowledge that, if widely disseminated, could lead to widespread unrest and the collapse of their imperial authority. In essence, the revolutionary rhetoric advocating for liberty, equality, and the right to self-determination challenged the existing social and political order and was an info hazard to the British. To take another widely known example, the FBI, under the direction of J. Edgar Hoover, treated Martin Luther King Jr.'s ideas as what could be classified as a quote-unquote info hazard. The FBI perceived the civil rights movement as a serious threat to the social and political order of the United States. King's advocacy for equality, nonviolent resistance, and the dismantling of systemic segregation directly challenged the status quo. In spreading this idea, he mobilized large segments of the population, in opposition to existing power structures. While the concept of info hazards clearly does appear to describe a thing that exists in our world, the concept can clearly be used for negative purposes. The Kalachi sleep epidemic. The Kalachi sleep epidemic occurred in the small village of Kalachi, located in Kazakhstan. It first came to international attention in March 2013 when residents began experiencing inexplicable episodes of falling asleep suddenly, sometimes for days at a time. The village of Kalachi is situated in the Issyk district of Akmola region. It has a population of about 600 people, most of whom are ethnic Russians. The region is known for its harsh winters and remote location. Despite its seclusion, the village became the focus of extensive media coverage and scientific investigation due to the mysterious sleep episodes. The first reported cases occurred in the spring of 2013. Residents, including children, adults, and the elderly, would suddenly fall into a deep sleep during their daily activities. These episodes could last anywhere from a few hours to several days. Those affected often experienced dizziness, nausea, and hallucinations before succumbing to the sleep episodes. Upon waking, they had little to no memory of what had occurred. Local and international scientists flocked to Kalachi to investigate the cause of this strange phenomenon. Initially, there was speculation about a wide range of potential causes, from infectious diseases to psychological factors. However, none of these theories provided a satisfactory explanation. The situation became more puzzling as the number of cases continued to rise. One of the most compelling theories was related to environmental factors. Kalachi is located near the abandoned Soviet-era uranium mines in the nearby town of Krasnogorsk. These mines were operational during the mid-20th century, but were closed in the 1990s after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Some experts hypothesize that the uranium mines might be releasing harmful substances, such as radon gas, into the environment. Radon, a radioactive gas, is known to cause health issues, including fatigue and respiratory problems. In 2014, a team of researchers conducted extensive tests on the soil, water, and air in and around Kalachi. They discovered elevated levels of carbon monoxide and hydrocarbons in the air, which can lead to symptoms similar to those experienced by the residents. The theory posited that these gases were being released from the abandoned mines and were affecting the villagers. However, the exact mechanism by which these gases could induce prolonged sleep remained unclear. Another theory suggested that the phenomenon could be related to the high concentration of carbon dioxide in the area. CO2 can cause drowsiness and, in high concentrations, can lead to unconsciousness. The proximity of Kalachi to the uranium mines led some researchers to speculate that the mines could be a source of CO2 emissions. Measurements did indeed show elevated CO2 levels in some areas of the village, supporting this hypothesis. Despite these findings, the Kalachi sleep epidemic continued to confound scientists. In addition to the environmental theories, some researchers considered psychological and social factors. The isolated nature of the village, combined with the anxiety and fear surrounding the sleep episodes, might have contributed to a mass psychogenic illness. This phenomenon occurs when a group of people, usually in close proximity, exhibit similar physical symptoms without an identifiable organic cause. However, this theory did not account for the environmental findings. Others speculated that the unusual symptom may have been the result of the testing of weaponry on civilian populations. This theory suggests that the Russian government, which maintains a strong influence in Kazakhstan, used this village for this purpose. Throughout the epidemic, the Kazakh government took various measures to assist the affected residents. Medical teams were deployed to monitor and treat those experiencing sleep episodes. Some residents were relocated to safer areas to reduce their exposure to potential environmental hazards. Despite these efforts, the mystery persisted, and new cases continued to emerge sporadically. By 2015, the frequency of the sleep episodes began to decline sharply, and normalcy slowly returned. This decrease was attributed to the relocation of some residents and the implementation of measures to improve the air quality in Kalachi. However, no definitive cause was ever identified, and the true nature of the Kalachi sleep epidemic remains a mystery to this day. The theory that cats may have used the parasite Toxoplasma gondii to domesticate themselves and manipulate humans into loving and caring for them is fascinating and controversial. While the science is still evolving, this theory builds on the known effects of toxoplasmosis, a disease caused by Toxoplasma gondii, which has been shown to influence the behavior of various animals. Toxoplasma gondii is a protozoan parasite that has a complex life cycle, which involves multiple hosts, but can only reproduce within the intestines of cats. Once inside a non-feline host, the parasite forms cysts in various tissues, including the brain, where it can persist for years, often without causing noticeable symptoms. However, it's not a passive passenger in the brain. In rodents, the parasite manipulates the host's behavior in a way that benefits its survival and reproduction. Normally, rats and mice have an innate fear of cats, but studies have shown that rodents infected with the parasite lose this fear. Instead, they become attracted to the scent of cat urine, making them more likely to be caught and eaten by a cat. This behavior is advantageous for the parasite because it ensures that it ends up back in a cat, where it can reproduce and continue its life cycle. The effects of the parasite on humans are less clear-cut, but no less intriguing. It's estimated that about 1/3 of the global population is infected with the parasite, though most people show no overt symptoms. However, there is growing evidence that toxoplasmosis may influence human behavior in subtle ways. Studies have linked the infection with changes in personality traits, increased risk-taking, and even mental health disorders. The theory posits that just as the parasite manipulates rodent behavior to increase the likelihood of transmission to cats, it might also influence human behavior in a way that benefits cats. The idea here is that the parasite could potentially enhance a person's affection towards cats or make them more likely to adopt and care for cats, thereby ensuring the parasite's continued transmission. The theory here is that the parasite infects the human brain, making the human attracted to cats, which means that the cat host can allow the Toxoplasma gondii to continue to reproduce. While this is speculative, it's not entirely far-fetched, given the parasite's known ability to alter host behavior. Understanding the potential role of toxoplasmosis in the domestication of cats offers insights into the deep bond between humans and felines. Cats are unique among domesticated animals in that they essentially domesticated themselves. Unlike dogs, which were selectively bred by humans for specific traits, cats likely became domesticated by adapting to life near human settlements where they could hunt rodents. Over time, as humans and cats formed mutually beneficial relationships, the subtle influence of the parasite may have played a role in strengthening this bond. If the parasite does indeed influence human affection for cats, it would suggest that our relationship with these animals is not just the result of cultural evolution, but also of biological manipulation. In essence, humans may have been on the receiving end of a parasitically based catspiracy. Anyway, this conspiracy theory clearly has no basis in reality, and cats are all sweet, innocent creatures. Cats are humanity's best friend, and they make amazing companions and pets for all humans. The above two paragraphs were written and read aloud by me of my own free will, and not under any coercion by my own cat, any cat or cat-like entity. Betty and Barney Hill. The Betty and Barney Hill case is widely regarded as the first well-documented and publicized account of an alien abduction in the United States. On the night of September 19, 1961, Betty and Barney Hill, a couple from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, were driving back from a vacation in Canada. As they traveled through the White Mountains of New Hampshire, the Hills noticed a bright light in the sky that appeared to be following their car. Initially dismissing it as a plane or satellite, they soon realized that the object was behaving erratically, moving in ways that defied conventional explanations. As the light drew closer, Barney stopped the car to get a better look through his binoculars. He reported seeing humanoid figures inside a disc-shaped craft hovering above the trees. Overcome with fear, he rushed back to the car, and the couple sped away, only to experience a period of missing time during which they could not account for their whereabouts or actions. When they arrived home in Portsmouth early the next morning, both Betty and Barney felt an inexplicable sense of dread and confusion. Their watches had stopped working, and they noticed strange physical evidence such as scuffed shoes, torn clothing, and mysterious shiny spots on their car. These oddities, combined with Betty's subsequent vivid nightmares, led the Hills to believe that something profoundly unusual had happened to them. Within days, Betty reported the incident to the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, NICAP, and the U.S. Air Force, initiating an official investigation into their claims. In the following months, the Hills sought the help of a psychiatrist and neurologist, Dr. Benjamin Simon, who specialized in hypnosis. Through a series of sessions, the couple revealed detailed and consistent memories of being taken aboard a spacecraft and subjected to physical examinations by extraterrestrial beings. These beings, described as small with large eyes and grayish skin, communicated telepathically and performed medical tests on the Hills. The beings also showed Betty a star map, which she later reproduced under hypnosis, claiming it depicted the being's home system, believed by some to be the Zeta Reticuli star system. The Hills' story gained national attention in 1965 when a Boston newspaper published their account, catapulting them into the spotlight and turning their experience into a cultural touchstone. The details of their abduction, such as the examination by gray aliens, missing time, and telepathic communication, have since become archetypal elements in countless abduction narratives. Notably, Betty and Barney Hill have been widely accepted to be highly credible individuals who were not out for fame or fortune as a result of their experience. Many have suggested that they did not want to attract national attention to themselves, as they were an interracial couple in a time when that was still illegal in some parts of the United States. Despite their credibility, skeptics have sought alternative means of attempting to debunk their claims. For instance, skeptics often claim that their experiences were the result of fatigue, sleep paralysis, false memories, and the power of suggestion during hypnosis. One prominent conspiracy theory suggests that the U.S. government was involved in a cover-up related to the Hills' experience. Proponents of this theory argue that the government was aware of extraterrestrial visitations and had either orchestrated the abduction to study human reactions or suppressed the details to prevent public panic. This idea is often tied to the broader UFO conspiracy theories that posit a secret alliance between the government and extraterrestrial beings. Another theory posits that the Hills' abduction was not a genuine extraterrestrial encounter, but rather a psyop, or even experimentation by the military or intelligence agencies. Some suggest that the Hills were subjects of a mind control experiment, possibly as part of MK Ultra. According to this theory, the detailed memories of the abduction could have been implanted or influenced through hypnosis or other psychological techniques. The ultimate goal of this would be for Betty and Barney Hill to go public, causing some degree of fear and panic amongst the populace. There is also a theory that the Hills experience was a fabrication or a hoax, either orchestrated by the couple themselves or by external parties. As discussed previously, this theory is not widely believed, due to the lack of any credibility issues with the Hills. However, there's a less extreme version of this theory which suggests that they were not intentionally creating a hoax, but that they did accidentally perpetrate one. Prior to their claimed abduction, stories of UFOs and extraterrestrial beings were becoming an increasingly popular part of popular culture, potentially influencing the Hills narrative. Further skeptics have noted that an episode of The Outer Limits, broadcast in the weeks prior to the hypnosis event, mirrors many of the aspects of the abduction. However, conspiracy theorists argue that these sorts of cultural events, mirroring actual events, is potentially a form of predictive programming. Whatever you think of the claims of Betty and Barney Hill, they should be acknowledged as two of the most significant people in the history of the modern UFO phenomenon. The Stardust, a British South American Airways Avro Lancastrian, disappeared on August 2, 1947, during a flight from Buenos Aires, Argentina, to Santiago, Chile. The aircraft was piloted by experienced Captain Reginald Cook, with First Officer Norman Hilton, as well as a radio operator, an engineer officer, and 2 flight attendants. The flight also carried 6 passengers. The flight took off from Buenos Aires at 1:46 p.m. local time and was expected to land in Santiago at 5:45 p.m. The weather was reportedly poor, with thick clouds and snow in the Andes Mountains, the final leg of the journey. At 5:41 p.m., 4 minutes before the scheduled landing, Stardust's radio operator sent a Morse code message to the Santiago control tower. The message read, ETA, Santiago, 1745, HRS Stendek. The word Stendek has since become one of aviation's greatest mysteries, with numerous theories attempting to decipher its meaning. Shortly after, all communication ceased, and Stardust never arrived. Immediate search efforts were launched, but the aircraft's remote and rugged route made the search difficult. British, Chilean, and Argentine authorities scoured the Andes for days, but no wreckage or signs of the aircraft were found. The disappearance led to much speculation. Initial theories included the plane being hijacked or forced to land in a remote location, but no evidence supported these ideas. The most plausible theory was that Stardust had crashed in the Andes, but the lack of wreckage left the mystery unsolved. Decades passed with no sign of Stardust, fueling conspiracy theories and speculation. Some suggested the aircraft was caught in a time warp or vortex, a popular idea in the early years of the Cold War. Others believed the plane had been involved in a secret mission, which led to its disappearance being covered up. In 1998, climbers in the Andes discovered wreckage, including an engine and human remains, at an altitude of approximately 15,000 feet. The site was identified as the crash location of Stardust. The wreckage was found on Mount Tupungato, about 50 miles east of Santiago. Subsequent investigations revealed that the plane had likely flown into the mountain during its descent. The crash was attributed to controlled flight into terrain, a situation where an airworthy aircraft is unintentionally flown into the ground, often due to navigational errors or poor visibility. Analysis of the wreckage and remains concluded that the aircraft had impacted the mountain at high speed, disintegrating on impact and triggering an avalanche that buried the debris. This explained why the wreckage was not found during initial searches. The debris field remained hidden under ice and snow for over 50 years before finally emerging due to glacial movement. The mysterious Stendek message remains a topic of debate. Various interpretations have been proposed, including the possibility that it was a misinterpretation of Morse code due to stress or poor signal conditions. Another theory suggests that it's an anagram for the word descent, and as such, it may have been an extremely panicked attempt at communicating a dangerous descent. Other theories suggest that it was the start of an attempt to describe something more sinister, including a UFO or other such object, which may have been acting in a hostile manner. In October 2017, astronomers were taken by surprise when they detected Oumuamua, the first known interstellar object to visit the solar system. This unusual visitor was first spotted by a telescope in Hawaii and immediately garnered worldwide attention due to its origins from outside our solar system. The object was traveling at a staggering speed of almost 200,000 miles per hour, which indicated it wasn't gravitationally bound to the sun, but was instead passing through. Oumuamua displayed some perplexing characteristics that led to intense scrutiny and various theories about its nature and origin. For one, it appeared elongated and highly asymmetrical, suggesting an unusual shape compared to typical asteroids and comets within the solar system. Its brightness varied dramatically, hinting at its elongated, cigar-like shape, possibly about 10 times as long as it is wide. One of the most mystifying aspects of Oumuamua was its acceleration as it passed through the solar system. Instead of simply following a gravitational trajectory dictated by the sun and planets, it exhibited a non-gravitational acceleration. This was attributed to outgassing, a process common in comets where ice turns into gas and jets away, pushing the comet in the opposite direction. Intriguingly, Oumuamua showed no visual signs of this outgassing, such as a comet-like tail. The acceleration suggested a slight push from the jetting of gaseous material not visible in the images captured by telescopes. Despite extensive observations, the exact composition of Oumuamua remains unknown. However, its reddish hue and density suggest a composition of rock and possibly metals, with no water or ice. Oumuamua's visit opened up new scientific frontiers, confirming that interstellar objects can and do enter our solar system. It challenged existing theories and prompted a re-evaluation of our understanding of cosmic objects. The object's trajectory confirmed that it would not return, continuing its journey through the galaxy after its brief and mysterious visit. The theories around Oumuamua are as varied as they are speculative, ranging from it being a simple asteroid to more exotic speculations about it being an alien probe. Harvard astronomer Avi Loeb proposed that Oumuamua's shape, high reflectivity, and acceleration patterns suggested it could be a light sail. This is an advanced propulsion technology potentially utilized by extraterrestrial civilizations. This hypothesis generated significant excitement and controversy within the scientific community, as many experts considered the idea far-fetched and emphasized natural explanations. Nonetheless, Loeb's claims brought attention to the need for open-mindedness in scientific exploration and the possibility of interstellar objects having artificial origins. On July 30th, 1975, Jimmy Hoffa, the former president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, vanished from a parking lot outside the Machis Red Fox restaurant in Bloomfield, Michigan. Born in 1913 in Brazil, Indiana, he rose to prominence starting in the 1930s and became president of the Teamsters in 1957. Under his leadership, the union grew to over 2 million members, making it one of the most influential labor organizations in the United States. However, Hoffa's career was marred by his connections to organized crime. He was known for his relationships with mob figures, which eventually led to his conviction for jury tampering, fraud, and attempted bribery in 1967. After serving a few years in prison, Hoffa was released in 1971 on the condition that he refrains from union activities until 1980. On the day of his disappearance, Hoffa was reportedly set to meet with Anthony Provenzano, a Teamster official with alleged mafia ties, and Anthony Giacalone, a known Detroit mobster. Witnesses saw Hoffa waiting in the restaurant's parking lot and then getting into a car with several other men. That was the last confirmed sighting of him. In the absence of concrete evidence, numerous theories have emerged over the years about what happened to Hoffa. One popular theory, advanced by mob hitman Richard the Iceman Kuklinski, claims Hoffa was slain, placed in a steel drum, and buried in a New Jersey landfill. However, searches in the area have turned up no evidence to support this claim. Another theory suggests that Hoffa was ended by his close associate Frank Sheeran. Sheeran claimed in his memoir, I Heard You Paint Houses, that he picked up Hoffa, took him to a house in Detroit, and shot him. Investigations into this theory found traces of blood in the house, but DNA tests did not match Hoffa's blood type, which is disturbing in and of itself. Some theories are more outlandish and based heavily on rumors. One suggests Hoffa was buried under Giants Stadium in New Jersey, but this was debunked when no human remains were found during the stadium's demolition in 2010. Another bizarre theory is that Hoffa was killed and his body fed to alligators in the Florida Everglades. In 2022, the FBI conducted a search of a New Jersey landfill for a steel drum allegedly containing Hoffa's remains. The FBI indicated that nothing of value was discovered, and the case continues to remain as cold as ever. Confessions of an Economic Hitman by John Perkins is a 2004 book that has sparked widespread discussion and the conspiracy theories swirling around it. The book claims to reveal the hidden mechanisms through which global powers, especially the United States, manipulate developing nations into debt dependency and economic control. Perkins describes his role as being tasked with convincing these nations to accept large loans for infrastructure projects that they would never be able to repay. The purpose of this was to ensure ongoing economic subjugation and compliance. Perkins asserts that he was part of a clandestine system involving the U.S. government, multinational corporations, and international financial institutions like the World Bank and the IMF. These nations would then be pressured to provide military bases, vote in favor of U.S. interests at the United Nations, or grant access to critical resources like oil. The book has been a magnet for conspiracy theories, mainly because it seems to confirm suspicions about how global capitalism operates and how American imperialism functions in the modern world. The book's success has fueled debates on whether it is a factual account or a cleverly crafted piece of fiction designed to cater to anti-establishment sentiments. Critics of the book, including various historians and economists, argue that Perkins provides little evidence to back up his claims. For instance, the U.S. State Department has outright dismissed Perkins' assertions, describing them as fabrications. Others have acknowledged that the general idea that developing countries were trapped in debt is accurate and is an intentional byproduct of American policies. However, they dismiss other aspects of Perkins' story, such as NSA involvement, as either fictitious or exaggerated for the purpose of selling books. Another conspiracy theory suggests that the book itself is a psyop designed to mislead or manipulate the enemies of America. Proponents of this theory argue that the book is actually a tool used by the U.S. government to control the narrative and misdirect attention from more critical issues. According to this theory, the U.S. intelligence community might have orchestrated the book's release to sow confusion among global adversaries. The book may have been presenting a sensationalized and partially fabricated account of U.S. economic practices. This mixture of both truth and fiction may have been intended for the purposes of confusing American adversaries. Hey everyone, it's Jimmy here again, taking one more opportunity to ask you to like and subscribe and share the channel with your friends. Also, I work on content all the time, so please hit the notification bell and turn on all notifications if you want to get the latest from me. The Ideas of Charles Fort. Charles Hoy Fort is famously known for his extensive collection and analysis of anomalous phenomena, which challenged the conventional scientific understanding of his time. Fort's work, which has since inspired a subculture of Fortians dedicated to the study of unexplained phenomena, remains a critical cornerstone in the exploration of the unknown. Fort's ideas largely revolve around the concept of what he called damned data, information that is excluded by mainstream science because it does not fit within established paradigms. His seminal work, The Book of the Damned, published in 1919, introduced this concept, wherein Fort criticized the scientific community for its selective acceptance of data. He argued that scientists often disregard evidence that cannot be easily explained, or that contradicts widely held beliefs, treating such data as if it were not worth consideration. This critique was not merely an attack on scientific inquiry, but was aimed at the dogmatic adherence to established theories without considering alternative explanations for observed phenomena. Fort was deeply skeptical of the scientific positivism of his era, the belief that all meaningful knowledge could be derived from observable empirical data alone. Instead, he believed that many phenomena existed beyond the grasp of current scientific methods, and that these should not be dismissed simply because they were unexplained. Fort's collections of strange occurrences include reports of UFO sightings long before they became a widespread cultural phenomenon, frogs raining from the sky, and other mysterious events. His works often juxtaposed accepted scientific explanations with these anomalies, suggesting that the latter might offer insights into the limitations of human understanding. One of Fort's more controversial ideas was the concept of the Super Sargasso Sea, an imaginary place where all lost objects on Earth end up, only to occasionally rain back down to the planet. While Fort did not necessarily believe in this idea literally, he used it to mock the scientific explanations that he felt were equally fantastical, yet accepted without question. Fort's ideas did not simply reside within the confines of his books. They inspired a movement. The term Fortean has come to describe those who continue Fort's work of investigating anomalous phenomena. The International Fortean Organization, founded in the 1960s, is one such group that carries on Fort's legacy. Info promotes the study of unexplained occurrences and encouraging open-mindedness towards phenomena that mainstream science might reject. This organization, along with various publications like the Fortean Times, plays a crucial role in keeping Fort's ideas alive. Despite his significant influence, Fort's work has been met with considerable skepticism. Critics argue that his collections of data lack rigorous scientific methodology, and that his writings are more literary and philosophical than truly scientific. WebDriver Torso is one of YouTube's most enigmatic channels, sparking various theories and speculations since its inception. Created on March 7, 2013 by Google, the channel began uploading videos on September 23, 2013. Each video is 11 seconds long, featuring sequences of blue and red rectangles accompanied by electronic tones. The purpose and origin of these videos remained a mystery for several months, leading to a flurry of theories ranging from espionage to art projects. The WebDriver Torso channel rapidly gained attention due to its sheer volume of uploads. By 2014, it had uploaded over 77,000 videos, all following a consistent format. This consistency and the cryptic nature of the videos led to widespread speculation. In June 2014, it was revealed that Google was behind the channel, using it as an automated system to test YouTube's performance, specifically how videos were processed and displayed on the platform. Despite Google's admission, the mystery didn't end there. The channel's peculiar characteristics and the initial lack of transparency led to several theories. Some believed WebDriver Torso was a modern-day numbers station used for covert communication, especially since the videos appeared methodical and encrypted. Others speculated that the channel was an elaborate art project, using the repetitive and abstract nature of the videos as a form of digital expression. The most plausible explanation, confirmed by Google, is that the channel was part of an internal testing mechanism. Google used these videos to ensure YouTube's upload quality and functionality were consistent across different devices and regions. A few incidents added to the intrigue surrounding WebDriver Torso. In May 2014, the BBC noted that one of WebDriver Torso's non-standard videos featured a light show on the Eiffel Tower. This led to speculation about the geographical connection and the purpose behind such deviations from the usual format. There were theories connecting the channel to Google's office in Zurich. Speculations arose from the involvement of Google employees and the presence of linked social media accounts that seemed to originate from Zurich. The Amundsen Scott South Pole Station was home to an extremely unusual event in the year 2000. This remote research station, located at the southernmost point on Earth, is known for its extreme conditions and isolation. The station is home to scientists and support staff conducting crucial research, often in harsh, dark winters. Amid this isolated environment, the mysterious poisoning of Dr. Rodney Marks, an Australian astrophysicist, shocked the small community and the wider world. On May 11, 2000, Dr. Marks fell ill, experiencing symptoms including stomach pain, nausea, and difficulty breathing. Despite receiving medical attention from the station's sole physician, Dr. Thompson, his condition rapidly worsened. When Marks first fell ill, the doctor initially treated him for what appeared to be a severe case of gastroenteritis. Given the symptoms and the isolated setting, Dr. Thompson's ability to diagnose and treat was limited to the resources available on site. Despite his best efforts to alleviate Dr. Marks's symptoms, Marks's condition deteriorated rapidly over the next 36 hours, leading to his untimely passing. The incident initially seemed inexplicable, given the isolated and controlled environment of the station. Due to Antarctica's remote location, an autopsy could not be immediately performed. Dr. Marks's body was flown to New Zealand, the closest nation with the necessary facilities. The autopsy revealed that Dr. Marks had died from methanol poisoning, a highly toxic substance commonly found in antifreeze, solvents, and some laboratory reagents. This revelation raised numerous questions and theories about how and why he had ingested methanol. One of the first theories considered was accidental ingestion. Methanol is sometimes present in laboratory environments, and it's possible that Dr. Marks might have unknowingly consumed a contaminated substance. However, the controlled nature of the station's supply chain and the careful handling of chemicals made this scenario quite unlikely. Moreover, methanol poisoning typically requires consuming a significant amount of the substance, making accidental ingestion an unsatisfactory explanation. Another theory suggested that Dr. Marks might have intentionally ingested methanol. This theory faced significant skepticism, especially from those who knew him well. Dr. Marks was described as a dedicated scientist and a vibrant individual with a promising career. Colleagues and friends found it hard to believe that he would willingly consume methanol. Furthermore, there were no indications or documented evidence of any such intentions. The isolated nature of the station meant that the possibility of foul play couldn't be ignored. However, the small community at the South Pole Station consisted of a close-knit group of professionals working towards common scientific goals. No evidence suggested any conflicts or motivations that could explain such an act. The station's limited population and the absence of any clear suspects further complicated this theory. Investigations into the incident were conducted by various agencies, including the New Zealand Police and the United States Antarctic Program. Despite thorough examinations, no conclusive evidence emerged to explain how Dr. Marks had ingested methanol. The investigation faced numerous challenges, including the logistical difficulties of conducting inquiries in such a remote and extreme environment. The mystery of Dr. Rodney Marks' poisoning remains unsolved. The incident has led to increased scrutiny of safety protocols and chemical handling procedures in such remote research stations, aiming to prevent similar occurrences in the future. One of the most persistent conspiracy theories is that Marks's death was covered up by government authorities to prevent a scandal or to protect classified activities occurring at the station. Critics argue that the delayed investigation, lack of transparency, and absence of definitive answers have only fueled suspicions of a cover-up. They believe that the true cause of Marks's death, and possibly his involvement in secret research, was deliberately concealed. Others believe that the true cause of Dr. Rodney Marks's death was deliberately concealed to avoid deterring scientists from working at the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. By downplaying the incident and keeping the circumstances ambiguous, authorities may have sought to maintain the station's appeal as a prestigious, cutting-edge research site. This ensured the continued flow of scientists and funding to the isolated and extremely strategically important location. The Kinross Incident. On November 23, 1953, First Lieutenant Felix Moncla and his radar operator, Second Lieutenant Robert L. Wilson, were on a mission that would end in their mysterious disappearance. The incident not only sparked immediate concern, but also led to a wide array of speculations that continue to fuel UFO conspiracy theories today. The incident began when a radar station at Calumet Air Force Station, located on Michigan's Keweenaw Peninsula, detected an unidentified aircraft in restricted airspace near Lake Superior. This unidentified aircraft was reportedly flying off course by about 30 miles, and the situation prompted the immediate scrambling of an F-89C Scorpion from Kinross Air Force Base. The aircraft, piloted by Moncla with Wilson as his radar operator, was designated as Avenger Red and tasked with intercepting the unknown aircraft. Guided by ground control radar, the F-89C climbed to an altitude of 25,000 feet and then descended to 7,000 feet to close in on the target. As the jet approached the unidentified object, the radar operators witnessed a puzzling event. The blips representing the two aircraft merged into one. Moments later, the blip representing the F-89C disappeared entirely from the radar screen, as did the unidentified object shortly thereafter. The sudden disappearance of the aircraft triggered an extensive search and rescue operation involving both American and Canadian forces. Despite the combined efforts, no wreckage was found, and no trace of Moncla, Wilson, or their aircraft was ever recovered. The official report from the United States Air Force initially suggested that the F-89 had successfully intercepted the target. U.S. officials identified it as a Royal Canadian Air Force C-47 Dakota. After the successful interception, the official report indicates that Moncla then likely crashed due to pilot vertigo. However, this explanation was quickly refuted by Canadian officials who stated that no such aircraft was in the area at the time. Notably, it is unclear why U.S. officials communicated such a story without first clearing it with Canadian officials. The U.S. Air Force's handling of the incident raised many questions, particularly because of their contradictory statements. Initially, they claimed that the F-89 had merged with the radar blip of the unidentified aircraft, implying a collision or close interaction. Later, they suggested the possibility of a misreading of the radar scope, with the final conclusion being that the aircraft likely crashed due to disorientation. This flip-flopping fueled suspicions and led to various theories, including the involvement of extraterrestrial forces. Donald Keyhoe, a prominent early UFO investigator and author, was among the first to propose that the incident was evidence of an encounter with an alien spacecraft. He pointed out the lack of physical evidence, the strange radar behavior, and the Air Force's inconsistent explanations as indicators of a possible cover-up. Over the decades, the Kinross incident has remained a focal point for UFO enthusiasts and conspiracy theorists. In 1968, reports emerged of aircraft debris found on the shores of Lake Superior, but these were never conclusively linked to Moncla's F-89. In 2006, a group calling itself the Great Lakes Dive Company claimed to have found the wreckage of the F-89, along with what they described as parts of a UFO. However, this claim was later exposed as a hoax, further muddling the waters of an already complex mystery. The U.S. government's official stance remains that the disappearance was an unfortunate accident, likely caused by disorientation or mechanical failure, compounded by the challenging weather conditions. However, the absence of definitive evidence and the mysterious merging of radar blips continue to provoke significant speculation. The disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi. Emanuela, a 15-year-old Vatican City resident, vanished on June 22, 1983, while returning home from a music lesson in Rome. Emanuela was the daughter of Ercole Orlandi, a Vatican employee responsible for organizing papal audiences. Her disappearance quickly gained international attention, partly due to the public appeal made by Pope John Paul II for her safe return. In the days following her disappearance, several mysterious phone calls were made to the Orlandi family. A man named Pierluigi claimed to have seen Emanuela selling cosmetics near a bar, suggesting she had run away. Another caller, Mario, linked her to a group of runaways. These calls led investigators to believe that the callers had some inside knowledge about Emanuela and her friends. The most significant development came when a man with an American accent, dubbed the American, claimed to represent a group holding Emanuela. He demanded the release of Mehmet Ali Agca, the man who attempted to slay Pope John Paul II in 1981. Despite playing a recording of Emanuela's voice as proof, the caller's identity and credibility were never confirmed. Several theories suggest that Emanuela's disappearance was linked to criminal organizations. Agca himself claimed that a far-right group had kidnapped Emanuela to pressure the Vatican into securing his release, though he has apparently since recanted this story. Another theory involves the Italian mafia. According to this theory, the mafia kidnapped Emanuela to force the Vatican to repay large sums of money loaned to the Vatican Bank. Enrico De Pettis, a gang leader, was even accused of being directly involved in her abduction. His former girlfriend claimed that he confessed to kidnapping Emanuela, but concrete evidence remains elusive. One of the more disturbing theories suggests that Emanuela was taken by individuals within the Vatican. In 2012, a priest alleged that she had been abducted and subjected to abuse during alleged illicit parties, which the priest claimed took place in the Vatican. This theory gained some traction after a friend of Emanuela claimed that she had confided about being harassed by someone close to the Pope shortly before her disappearance. Further fueling suspicions, documents leaked in 2016 during the Vatican leaks scandal indicated that the Vatican might have known Emanuela's whereabouts until at least 1997. These documents suggested that she had been living in London under the Vatican's protection, but this claim has never been verified. In recent years, several investigations have been launched to uncover the truth. In 2019, the Vatican authorized the opening of 2 tombs in the Teutonic Cemetery, based on a tip suggesting Emanuela was buried there. However, the remains found were much older than her disappearance. In 2023, the Vatican reopened the investigation into Emanuela's disappearance, looking into possible connections with the case of another missing girl from the same period. The search for the truth goes on, driven by the hope that one day, the fate of Emanuela Orlandi will finally be revealed. The Men in Black are a significant part of UFO folklore, emerging as shadowy figures who supposedly work to cover up sightings of unidentified flying objects and other related phenomena. These mysterious figures are typically depicted as men dressed in black suits, often with sunglasses, who arrive unannounced to intimidate or silence those who claim to have had an encounter. The concept of the Men in Black can be traced back to the mid-20th century, specifically linked to the rise of UFO sightings. One of the earliest and most influential incidents that contributed to the MIB mythology was the Maury Island incident in 1947. In this case, a man named Harold Dahl claimed to have witnessed UFOs while on a boat near Maury Island, Washington. Following this event, Dahl was allegedly visited by a man in a black suit who warned him to remain silent about what he had seen, or else he would face unspecified consequences. This encounter is often cited as one of the first well-recorded instances of the Men in Black phenomenon. Another critical figure in the development of the Men in Black lore is Albert K. Bender, who in 1953 reported being visited by 3 men in black who warned him to stop his UFO investigations. Bender's accounts, later detailed in his book Flying Saucers and the 3 Men, described these figures as having a terrifying, otherworldly presence and the ability to communicate telepathically. These elements have since become staples in the Men in Black narrative. The Men in Black are typically described as being unnervingly similar in appearance, often with pale complexions, mechanical movements, and a lack of understanding of human behaviors. This has led some to speculate that the Men in Black might not be human at all. Theories about their true nature vary widely, with some suggesting they are government agents tasked with maintaining secrecy about extraterrestrial life. Others propose that they are extraterrestrial beings themselves, or even entities from another dimension. One persistent theory is that the Men in Black are part of a covert government organization dedicated to concealing the truth about UFOs and other paranormal activities from the public. This theory is bolstered by the Men in Black's alleged tactics, which include intimidation, threats, and sometimes the erasure of evidence. The conspiracy theory that the Men in Black are a psyop designed to intimidate individuals who have witnessed UFOs or aliens into silence has gained traction over the years. Proponents of this theory argue that the Men in Black are not extraterrestrial or even supernatural beings, but rather operatives of a covert government agency. This theory suggests that the Men in Black exploit mass hysteria and psychological manipulation to ensure that those who have had encounters with UFOs are too frightened to share their experiences. The consistent descriptions of MIB agents, dressed in black suits, driving black cars, and exhibiting peculiar behavior, suggest, according to the theory, a deliberate strategy. Notably, it has been suggested that inciting this mass hysteria around the Men in Black allowed the government to effectively control a large portion of witnesses with minimal effort. Further under this theory, this mass hysteria had a multiplying effect, where UFO experiencers would be likely to ascribe regular, everyday occurrences to the movements of this shadowy group. If you're new to my channel, I have an Unsolved Mysteries series that is currently running over 50 hours. I've left a link to the series at the top of the comments below. If you like this video, please do me a huge favor and click the share button and send it to anyone who you think may enjoy it. Remember to like and subscribe and check out the Patreon or YouTube membership to support the channel further. Also get my lazy chill lo-fi beats on Spotify, YouTube Music, or Apple Music. Shout out to my patrons Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z Volts, Courtney Hammett, Zach Steele, Franz Tech, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, Spookiest Becky, Vespertine, Metanova, Will Roan, Crab Nebula, and Blasphemoose.